Hmm. Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. It's been quite a while since we have done a live stream. Feels like much longer than it actually was. But I hope that you guys stayed on top of your studies and your practices, that's for sure. I trust that most of you have. Well, anyways, I've been doing some extreme digging on things that I thought that I knew and things that I did not know. And I have been able to really gather some interesting techniques, interesting information. And I've even, I guess we can say, performed an achievement that I haven't been able to do in quite a while. Long story short, I was actually able to perform a physical evocation with a witness. That was pretty damn intense. However, what I find is that when it comes to evocation, we've already learned about the 5 different planes as far as physical, etheric, astral, mental, spiritual. So when dealing with working with entities of any type, it's the same thing to keep in mind as when we're working with ourselves, right? You've got a physical body, etheric body, astral body, etc. And to be able to efficiently work with the associated bodies, you've got to be working with the substance of that plane, right? To deal with the physical body, you've got to deal with physical things. To deal with the astral body, we're dealing more with the emotional plane, etc. ad nauseum. So when it comes to evoking spirits, keep in mind that most of the work is happening on the etheric plane, because that seems to be the most realistic and reasonable gateway that anyone has, because we go there all the time while we're dreaming, while we're daydreaming and imagining things. This is going to be the most accessible and popular meeting ground for spirits. Now, this can also take place on the astral and the mental, and in fact, it does all the time. We're always in contact with different entities. We just don't recognize it. I mean, hell, McDonald's is an entity, and every time you think about the taste of that Big Mac or that double cheeseburger or them them $20, $5 20-piece nuggets, you're communicating with that entity. So when it comes to physical manifestation, the corresponding atmosphere has to be correct on all levels. But we'll definitely go into that a little bit later. How's everybody doing tonight? Good to be back on the stream. Good. Shout out to all my friends in the chat. Peace, always chosen. Peace, D, Lily June, peace. Zadis Art, peace. Atropa, peace. Kissing Cape Barlow, peace. DB31, salute, my friend. Peace. Stimulation 2000, peace. Not another music channel, peace. So yeah, has anybody been keeping up with Mystical Kabbalah? Did anyone go past chapter 19? Okay. Naturally natured, peace. What's up? All right. Well, either way, I hope you guys enjoyed the presentation that was provided earlier with the Goetia. And I hope that you're excited for more to come, because there's a whole lot more where that came from. Me and my partner have been working very diligently the past 4 weeks, putting together all of our research into a visually appealing and auditorily hypnotic system that truly teaches how to recognize and come into contact with different types of entities, how to strengthen and maintain those relationships, and how to provide yourself with actual feedback to know that you're making progress and you're actually doing the thing, as opposed to just pretending like you're doing the thing. In our research, we've learned that so many books and so-called teachers are actually just repeating some of the same old stuff that's just been thrown around for the past couple decades. And at least for me, that's unacceptable, because for years I've been reading many of these books and attempting to put different things into practice. And some things worked and some things didn't, but there was usually very little to no explanation as far as why these things worked or how they worked. It was just, hey, do this, and then that's why you do it. So putting together everything that I have studied in the past couple of years about psychology, about yoga and tantra, and also about Western ceremonial magic, I've been able to connect a lot of dots that I have not really seen anywhere. And if I've seen them, I haven't seen them in too many places. So you'll be able to see the real links between psychology, behind tantra, and behind Western ceremonial magic. Just like I said in the video earlier, we never really get a good explanation as far as why the Goetia is presented the way that it is. Like, for a long time, I've been searching as far as why the sigils look the way they do, or why these specific entities were chosen. What does the word even mean? And, you know, like I said, after doing some digging, I found the context. That was crucial, the context. Remember what I always say, it's about being able to distinguish content and context. Where we fall short is that we just look at the content. We don't look at the context. Say, for example, we might find a book and enjoy the information, but if we don't understand the context of where the author's coming from, there's a lot of things that we're liable to miss. Number one, is the author a credible source? Number two, what was going on in the time frame that the author was writing this book, et cetera, et cetera. So looking at the content of the Goetia, yeah, we see that there's 72 spirits that are also names of certain gods, goddesses, and even demons of other cultures. But why? Why are there 72? I mean, sure, they do line up numerologically. Sure, they do line up with the Hebrew system of Kabbalah. But why? Right? These things are left unanswered. That is, if you just look at things with the backdrop of Judaism and Christianity. Understanding the context that Goetia actually goes far beyond Christianity and the Hebrew system, now things start to open up. So you can see where if you look at it just from a Hebrew perspective, you're kind of limited in how deep you can go with Goetia. But if you take it further, centuries further, decades further, you start to have more leeway. Goetia is magic. It's more than just a subset of magic. This is where the whole concept of Western magic even comes from. Now, if I was the Catholic Church, I'd want to disguise that too. I'd want to hide that and keep it buried deep underneath the sands and rubble and ruins of time. But I think in every culture, not just the Greek culture, there's always been a select group of individuals who were touched, right? Who were able to see beyond the veil, so to speak. Certain individuals who since birth were able to have experiences with supernatural things. Every culture has always had that. Now, as long as the culture is being dominated by mainstream religion, those types of people will be ostracized. They will be called the black sheep. They'll be pushed aside and even told to suppress their gifts, not realizing that these individuals are born and incarnated into every single group, every single culture, every single family. There's always going to be one, because that's how it's supposed to be. There's always supposed to be at least one in every group. That's how it's always been. So in a way, it's kind of comforting to me to learn that this type of person, and nowadays some people call themselves empaths, right? It's nothing new. This has literally been as long as there's been human civilization. So in the olden days, there were actually, this is where the mystery schools originated. These people would congregate and learn how to master their abilities. And they served a function in society. They mostly helped with things like funerary rites, and also when it came to birth, right? Although those things may seem opposite, they're actually connected, because it is through birth and death that we have the gateway between worlds. These people were also individuals who helped with healing, psychological healing, emotional healing, and of course, physical healing. So long story short, these types of individuals were the ones who were suited for performing the type of work dealing with the subtle aspects of the human individual. In any case, as things are changing and turning around again, it seems like that original religion is starting to resurface and call its people back. Exciting stuff. B says, I have a friend who recently died. His energy is around me and I want to help him ascend. Well, that is definitely something that you can work towards doing. And that is part of the work of the Goes. This is where we get the whole concept of a necromancer from. And it isn't about summoning, dead people and forcing them to tell you secrets. It has a lot to do with healing. Like I said, the Goes, they were more mediators, which means harmonizers and balancers. So there were lots of works performed in helping the deceased cross over, and also helping the living to come to terms with the loss of a loved one. In the Spirit Summoning Master System class that I've put together, there is a section on working with ancestors and spirits of people that you knew personally. That's a whole part of this as well. As a matter of fact, the first portion of the course does involve going over that very aspect. Kissing Kate Barlow says, I had necromancy on my mind lately a lot. And it definitely ties in. There's a very intricate connection between necromancy, the realm of the undead, and the unconscious mind. We're dealing with the same thing. As a matter of fact, all this work with Kabbalah and the Qliphoth is just that. I keep saying that Kabbalah is a map. Well, the question is, a map to what? It's the map to the unconscious, a map through the unconscious, the underworld. The place from which we came and the place that we will return. This is only a temporary resting place. Kevros SS God, peace. Anna Molly, peace. Good to see you.
I think that would be very interesting, the ancestor parts of your course, to really learn how to work with somebody that passed on, like a loved one,
Yes.
Without your emotions and feelings getting involved, and you creating shit that you want to hear. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm excited about that.
That's a big part of why I said that the shadow working should come first, had to come first, because when dealing with these types of intelligences that are beyond the body, it's like when you, I guess, say for example, if you're floating out in space, if you're not tethered to the ship in some way, you don't have a reference point. You lose track of what's up, down, left, right, forward, and back. You literally become lost if you don't have some type of reference. So when I talk about shadow work, what we're doing is we're actually establishing a reference point of balance, of harmony. Because if you don't have that, you take that with you. Just like what you were saying, dealing with these ancestors, the emotions are going to get in the way. The imbalances of the psyche are going to make themselves known, and you're going to interpret everything that you do through your unsolved and unhealed aspects of the mind.
So you be filtering everything through your trauma.
Exactly. Filtering everything through your trauma. And you can imagine how quickly someone will start to say things like, oh, these evil spirits are out to get me.
See, I was just about to ask that. Yeah, so that's when people was like, oh, I got possessed by a demon, or somebody went crazy. And this is just stuff they had inside them that came up, and they never dealt with it. So they, quote unquote, went crazy. You start going bad shit, It's like doing psychedelics. You never did it before, and people used to jump out windows and shit.
Right, exactly. So that's why I can say that this method that I'm teaching in this course is the safest method that I've seen, primarily because it takes into consideration a platform, a solid ground to stand on, so that you don't get lost. Or go crazy, so to speak. Peace, El Diablo Negroth. Peace, Stray Panther. Good to see you. Peace, Patchwork. Thank you for your donation.
So, Travis, would you recommend, not in just promoting your courses, everything, but would you recommend people to take your shadow work class before they take this spiritual class?
I would say the best results would come from doing that. Yes.
Okay.
And I know that a lot of, a lot of people that are here currently have taken the course. So I'm pretty confident on that. But also, like I said, the course that I've developed has beginners in mind. So I am speaking from the standpoint as if someone didn't take my shadow working course, and hopes to help avoid as many complications as possible. Because I know that a lot of people that are going to take this course are people that are coming from other walks, other channels. So they may not have the same kind of foundation and background as like people who've been working with me for a while. But yeah, I would highly suggest doing some level of shadow work before working with any kind of spirit. Lily June says, I'm finally coming to terms with my connection with the underworld. Even as a child, deceased people revealed themselves to me. Whenever I help them, they always help me in some way. Absolutely. And to be honest, like I said in the video earlier today, to be this type of individual, it's more of a lifestyle. It isn't so much of something that you just put on a shirt and suddenly, oh, you're a spirit worker. Doesn't really work that way. As a matter of fact, what usually happens is that those people are dabblers, and when they start to actually make real results, they run away scared. So typically, this course and this type of work is for people who've been doing it to some level in their lives. I haven't been doing YouTube videos all my life, obviously, but I've always been involved in this type of work in some way, shape, or form, and it's evolved over the years. And I think that most of y'all can say the same thing. Am I correct?
Yes.
So yeah, that's awesome that you have the confidence, to help these individuals. Momo say greetings. Camp says, so when do we start? Well, officially the class will open a week from now. However, tonight I'm going to open the doors for a pre-sale event where there's going to be quite a few bonuses involved that will only be available if you get the pre-sale, including a detailed path working with my favorite prosperity spirit, the spider entity known as 10K. I think I have successfully worked with him enough times to be able to teach somebody else how to use that spirit. And that's a few other things. What was that?
Is this like your secret ploy for world domination? You get everybody using one spirit, finally. Then you turn the mind control switch on?
Maybe. Maybe not. I think that ultimately there's only about 3 source entities, and everything else is just a shade and a fraction of those 3.
I agree as well. Seeing, I've been getting back into Dragon Ball. I know, was it Zamatsu, Whis, and Beerus, or Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva?
Zamatsu. Okay. I didn't get too much into Super, so I don't recall Zamatsu's place.
Well, Zamatsu was they introduced him at the end of Z. He was the supreme Kai.
Right.
We're basically the creator god.
Okay, so he would go for Brahma.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And then Beerus is trained by Whis. And in the scriptures, Rudra is trained by Vishnu to become Shiva.
Rudra was trained by Vishnu to become Shiva.
Yes. Because Rudra is like the more unrefined form. There's still power there, but it's not properly handled. Rudra's just kind of blowing shit up just because. Where Shiva's the actual function. Instead of just or go ahead.
No, just saying, sounds familiar.
What are you thinking of?
So I've been working to categorize the people in my life, whether they fall under those 3 titles. So I'm thinking about the people that I know that fall under the Shiva title. Unrefined if they're not introduced to some consistent practice of harmony and balance.
Right. Can't be all one thing. It can't be all Prakriti. It can't be all Purusha.
R asks, are goetic demons real, or are they only aspects of self and within the mind? That's a good question. But if the answer was yes, what does that change? Is Superman real?
Are those parts of self or pieces of mind real? And then what would be the difference between that and the spirit being real?
You know, we can ask that same question about anything, really. Superman and Batman, are they real? Are Zamasu, Beerus, and Whis and Goku real? And what makes a thing real or not? Is there a very real impact on the world from these individuals?
What's the definition of real?
What's the definition of real?
Or everybody's interpretation? That's the first question.
Are you real?
My definition of real is more spiritual than this physical 3D shit. So, you know, I would have to ask that person what's real to them.
Right.
You know, especially when you're dealing with these goetions, because you know everybody's gonna want to ask that question. Is the demon gonna show up in front of me?
Right.
You know what I mean? You know, you're gonna get that one. It's coming soon. So that's probably what, you know, they're going with that.
And if that would change anything for you, you probably don't need to be working with Goetia. They're only going to ask that if they're scared.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's why you just say that shadow work, man.
Because to be truthful, everything is an aspect of the mind, you know? Everything is simply a symbol that you place meaning upon. Now, if your question is, are they physical life forms? Well, that's the thing. We're talking about spirits. Physical things are animated by spirit. They're animated by prana. Life, see, and that's one of the things that I'm teaching in this course as well. To clarify all that, so you don't have to ever ask that question again. Life comes in layers. Life does not mean physical thing that walks around on the physical plane. There's layers like a pancake. There's a physical layer, an etheric layer, an astral layer, mental layer, spiritual layer. All of that is life. There's more life the higher you go. Just like what Gator said, it's more real when it's spiritual versus just material. The lower down the spectrum, when you start getting to physical things, the less life. You're getting closer to dead, inert matter. As we've been looking into the Kabbalah, as we've been looking into Tantra, Prakriti only does what Purusha tells her to do. Malkuth only does what comes down from the 9 layers above it. So to ask if these entities are real, are you asking if they're physical? And like I said before, if the answer was yes, would that change anything? Good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh, man, what Amar posted in the chat the other day, that got me stuck all week. Or it actually linked some stuff up as well. Where it's like Kundalini is what the Gyan yogis call knowledge or Gyan. That's what the Bhakti yogis call Bhakti, essentially. And then that got me thinking about like what church does to people. It raises them up to a high state.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of doing a systematic course in some Tantra, they're really getting the same. They're getting the same Kundalini awakening as you, just a different modality, different vehicle. Same destination, they're just taking the bus.
Yeah. They're taking the bus. And that's if they're actually, applying themselves to spiritual development.
Mm-hmm.
Because just because you go to church and be a Christian doesn't mean you're actually doing work.
I'll get a little something out of it.
Same with this, right? Different strokes for different folks.
The Mahayana and Theravada. Great vehicle and small vehicle.
What's up, Micah? Peace. All right, all right.
You say you opening up the class tonight, Travis? Well, not the class, but you're dropping a link tonight.
Yes.
Okay.
I learned from the past couple of groups the past couple of classes that, trying out different things. Like the first class we did, it was more of a live class. The next one we did, it had recorded classes with also like one-on-one consultations. And there were different things from both of those approaches that I liked, but also some that were a bit too much for me to handle. So I think what I want to do is I've recorded these classes to be more of a go at your own pace. And I think that for the pre-sale, what I'm going to do is set up a group, kind of like a test group, if you will, of people who do want to have more of a live session added with it. So probably like once or twice a month, we'll have like a live training to go along with the classes, and also have a space for everyone to kind of ask questions and share their experiences. Kind of like what we have been doing, except it'll probably just be twice a month instead of once a week. And what we're going to do different this time around is that instead of this just being all of me, I'm also going to have a few other guest teachers begin to share some of their aspects on this science. Quite a few people you may have heard of, and maybe a few that you haven't. But I think it's good to have a few different perspectives on this as well, just to show people, especially new people, that there's not one way to do it, that there's multiple approaches to the same science. But mostly what I'm sharing is like a foundation that can work across the board no matter what you do.
Cool. I think it's gonna be fire, bro.
It is, man. It is. We put a lot of effort into this. This is definitely it's definitely a piece of work that I'm proud of. That's for sure. Not just for how it came out, but also the clarity of the teaching. Did my best to put as little opinion and mostly practical things that you can test out yourself. You know how I do it anyways, or strive to do anyways.
There's an age-old question that needs to be answered, Trav, and I hope it's in the course. And that is, what demon do I summon?
Well, believe it or not, that question is answered.
Oh man.
What demon do I summon? And you might think to yourself, oh, there's hundreds of thousands of spirits. Well, I've singled them all down into 7 groups. 7 groups. What a magical number, eh? Seven types of spirits and only 3 source archetypal energies. I'm working on a online Pokedex type of grimoire. And I think that everyone in the class that begins working with different spirits, I'd like them to contribute and share their experiences. And that way we can have our own updated, newly created type of grimoire. To answer your question from earlier, Maestro, that's probably how I'll take over the world.
Ooh, solid plan.
Kina says, after going through a period of shadow work and going through the Tibetan Book of the Dead, it feels like the world of thanatology speaks to me, especially ever since a kid being obsessed with Dream. Also, you loving that AI art, huh? Me too. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen a movie that is called Enter the Void, Kenna. You should definitely check it out. I have to give credit to Andy. He sent me that movie. Definitely not what I expected, but it has a lot of reference to the Tibetan Book of the Dead. First person perspective type of reference. I had to go out and take a long walk in the park after that movie. Enter the Void. Check it out.
The Doth movie.
Whole tree movie.
Ooh.
You'll see the little symbolism everywhere.
Oh man. So I'm thinking there's one piece of this layer missing, but I found that getting like one of an archangel from one of these 7 categories to get you what you want out of your, like you task it to get what you want out of whatever operation, but then you use the Shem angel and then the Goetia. Like the Shem angel kind of handles something more specific, but it's still very general. And then the goetic demon, excuse me, is what conquers the ultra specific thing. And those 3 forces line up so perfectly.
So from the Archangel, the Shem Angel, and the Goetic Spirit.
Yep. And I'm working on incorporating I'm incorporating the god names. I'm just not used to it.
So in this course, in me putting together the different categories of spirits, I actually include the Goetic spirits and the Shemham as in their own group, because they do actually relate to Mercury, to Had. So they go together in their own group. And then the archangels, I would say, go together in their group. But there's another group that I've never really mentioned that I've recently started working with a lot, and they're equally as powerful, and they're a big focus of the course, and that's actually the elemental spirits. A lot of people seem to overlook the elemental spirits, probably because they sound so simple, but definitely worth working with for sure.
Yes, yes. I have a big project coming up with them in a few months. Going particularly very, very, very deep.
Hmm. Uh-oh. He went very deep, all the way up.
Yeah, I was thinking that. It's like, yeah, he just went really, really deep.
Machiavelli Crooks, peace, day one subscriber. Good to see you.
So, Travis, have you thought about doing a meetup course one day? Like everybody meet up from the group?
Yes. Yes. Kind of like what we were doing with with everybody with Dream. But I was thinking of doing like a Magus meetup, but not yet. It's coming soon though. A lot of stuff to prepare for that.
And my teacher just stopped me from dropping what I was doing for the project. But it's nice to see that you're working with elementals.
Very much worth it. I might even say quicker results. That might just be for me, but it also might be due to the nature of these types of spirits, with them being a lot more simple than any other spirit. They might actually provide quicker results. That's just what I'm seeing so far.
I'd suggest also their their affinity to this plane, their affinity to Malkuth.
Yeah,
They are the,
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Dang. So if you could satisfy simple things with elementals, then when you look at the other categories or densities of spirits. So if we want to have our physical life, could we work with elementals? But if we want to work higher or work with stuff higher than that, then that's where we gotta use these different densities of spirits.
Mm-hmm.
So handling the thought level, the emotional level, and then the further levels in the green book. That's when you start. Oh man! So instead of working with the archangel for something simple, now you go into a deep level. Oh man!
Yes.
That's pretty powerful. Just unlocked a whole bunch of stuff.
This first course is focused pretty much on developing like a standard evocation ritual, but the types of spirits that take up the focus are elementals, ancestral types of spirits, and like you mentioned, god names and god forms. There's one type of spirit that I am not going to teach how to work with simply because, well, they're quite difficult and a little bit dangerous.
Do they start with the E?
Or D?
Well, we got started on that path with the most recent books that we began to read. I'll say that much. Basically, entities that are associated with the most distant point of contact that humans have. The void. When working with these spirits, they leave a lasting impression. But I don't think that's too wise.
Come on, Trav, you gotta drop it on us, man. Hell, we might be already working with them. Hell, we might be hanging out with some gangbangers and don't even know it. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Give us a clue. Give us a little clue or something.
Well, they see us.
Say something.
They see us long before we ever see them. That's for sure.
So, Trav, I have a question. The same platform that we're developing here to interact with invoke spirits, can it be useful for any type of spirit? Because I know that people identify certain spirits with goetia, angels, based on their polarity. So can we use this same technique for all spirits?
All spirits.
Any level of the tree, per
Yep.
se?
Yep. The way that this is put together is for working with all spirits.
Cool.
With the exception of that seventh type, because the seventh type really don't have any form to focus on.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Good shit.
Did one author write a lot of stories about them 100 years ago?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, absolutely. Let me see what happened to him.
He tried. And we did get a little, I guess, a little hint on how to get to that point to work with those entities safely. Ladder of Lights, where he talks about, like, we kind of attune ourselves to the different spheres of the tree, but once we get to the Kether, we ourselves become Metatron. We get this like etheric spacesuit. We're able to look at, or not even look at, but we're able to experience and interact with things beyond the tree.
And that's the safest way to interact with these entities. The trouble is, how many people know how to do that efficiently?
Yeah. Hopefully, this is also something too. This could probably also help. I got the idea. So a few months back, I had talked about the different yogas having different elemental affinities. Gyan Yoga for air signs, Hatha Yoga and Mantra Yoga for earth signs. The Kriya for water, and then Bhakti for fire. I also had the idea the other night to work with the main cardinal point archangel to understand that style of yoga. And that has been like, I just did one ritual. I haven't like kept it up, but just that one alone has opened so many internal doors. Hold up.
So that's the thing. You find exactly my approach of working with spirits, and I probably should save this for the course, but I mean, it's helpful now anyways. You first find what it is you're trying to do. Then you find the spirit to work with, not the other way around.
When I want to work with Satan. All right. Are you prepared to catch that Satan smoke just to get a free cup of coffee? That ain't worth it.
And even still, even if something negative doesn't happen to you, like, sure, you're having these visions and these experiences, and you might even be getting downloads or whatever, but what's the point? What are you doing with that? The problem with that is it's so easy to get trapped into this endless loop of entertainment. So it's like you light a candle, you do the ritual, and it's like, oh my God, I saw this spirit. And he told me this, that, and the third. But then you still have to get up and go to work the next day and take out the garbage and come home and then go to sleep. Nothing has changed in your life. When you do it with the concept of your intent first and then find the appropriate entity, now you're able to use these spirits to help you develop. And here's the thing. These entities are not static. Sure, they age a lot slower than an average human, but they evolve as well. They evolve as well. And there's quite a few of these goetic spirits that have already evolved. That's one of the main reasons why this science has to be taught differently now. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, go look at the Goetia and look at how many entities that claim to hope to one day become angels again. Why would it say that? And then also consider how long ago that book was written.
That's a really good point, because I've been having really interesting results in my studies when I started looking into context for how I'm going to use an entity and what purposes it has. And I don't want to spill the sauce as we're launching this course, you know what I'm saying? But I'm really glad that you said that, because that it's something for people, it's something for learners to think about as they go through this, I think, for sure. And they're developing, a relationship with these entities and really seeing their full potential and the power of that.
Yes. One of the reasons that people aren't having as much results as they think they should is because they're still looking at old texts, old instructions, and old descriptions. Most of those spirits have evolved already. Andros has ascended. Marcosis has already moved forward. And quite a few others have already moved forward.
Oh, so we're looking at, there has to be a flashy new name for this. But I don't want to say 21st century Goetia, or something along those lines.
It's like this. So you notice how in all these superhero movies that they're coming out with, a lot of them are actually changing. For example, Iron Man dies, and to fill that space, now we have Iron Heart, or this other character dies and now they're being replaced. In that same way that these old trusted figures have been here with us for so long, yet they too change. So do these spirits. Even in the older pantheons, deities had to completely be updated. But I think it should still be called Goetia, because the 72 that were chosen by Solomon and his crew weren't the only spirits. Those are just 72 that they picked for the system. In other words, there are more than 72. So I was super excited, like a few years ago when I got Skinner's magician's textbook or whatever. I found that there was a 73rd spirit, and I was like, holy shit, I can't wait to drop this on people. They'll never expect that. But then I learned 72 was just an arbitrary number. Well, it went along with the Hebrew system, but there was never just 72 spirits. This is going to change the game. This is going to update things.
So I have a brand new update. You got more than 72 motherfuckers in your head.
You got 72 plus motherfuckers in your head.
That reminds me of the there's a French grimoire, La Dictionary Infernal, that does have goetic entities, but simultaneously also has others that, yeah, they're just in there, but they were never in the Goetia.
And who told us that King Solomon was the only official Goetia representative? Who told us that? Nobody. We just accepted it because that's what everyone else was talking about.
So I have a question. If Goetia are now evolving, does that mean that something lower than Goetia is evolving into Goetia?
Excellent question. Excellent question. The answer is yes. That's why I'm putting so much emphasis on working with elementals.
Yeah.
Good question. Good question, guest teacher.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been wondering that because in some recent interactions. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense because everything is kind of cyclical too, right? It's like it's this forever perpetuating cycle. So there's going to be things that evolve out of what they were and things evolving into what they were.
Nature abhors a vacuum. So something has to always take its place. So that would also mean that we've got a couple of God forms and archangels that have ascended into void spirits or abyss entities. The ones that we don't talk about.
Which then changes their function.
Right, right.
And their relationship to you as the practitioner. You know, that makes me wonder for people who say, you know, like, oh, I used to have this beautiful relationship with this one entity and now it's like they've disappeared.
Supposed to
Can't
disappear
expect
with
them
them.
to stay stagnant. Oh, I'm
Agreed.
sorry, go ahead, Maestro.
I said you're supposed to disappear with them.
When we talk about the clip off, we're talking about time and space evolving. We're not talking about some hellish dimension where you go and you're tortured forever. We're talking about distance. The clip off is in the abyss because of the distance it is from now. Got to remember, as an occultist, as a practitioner that's actually doing stuff, your perspective is about now, like right now. So to the left, which is the past, and to the right, which is the future, there's a distance as far as you can see. Like you can look into the past and see up to a certain amount of time. You can look to the future and guesstimate a certain amount of time. But beyond that, it starts to get into a void, an abyss. You can't see anymore. So as you're personally moving through time, those 2 points, the content in those 2 points changes. You get what I'm saying? For example, in King Solomon's time, now would be part of the clip off for him because he can't see this far into the future, nor does much of anything of today has anything to do with his life. Likewise, there are many things in our past that we can barely make out anymore and has little to no influence upon our current reality. So it goes into the void. As we evolve and change through time and space, so does our relationship to these entities. There are certain entities that do evolve with our needs, but there are many others whose purpose, who no longer really has a stable purpose. So they have to become something else.
Mm.
I think the key there of what you said was about the purpose instead of the time, how we're measuring it within a distance. Because naturally, we want to think, okay, well, there are some goddesses like Lakshmi and all of that that are so old that maybe they've evolved into one of these void entities or whatever. But it's not necessarily what you're saying. You're saying that the purpose that was being fulfilled by these entities, does that expand or not? And if it's shaky or unstable, it will change its form into another use. It will change its form into another purpose, essentially. If I'm getting that correct.
Yes, if it can. And if we as individuals, as a collective, don't find a real need or a use for these particular spirits, at that point, they begin to dissolve into the void.
Right. And then change into something else because energy is not created nor destroyed. It just changes. It
Yes.
moves. And so it begins that cycle again, but now as something recycled, as something else.
Mm-hmm.
Get broken down into its base elements.
Right. And then we start that process again.
And keep in mind that word you just said, their base element.
Mm-hmm.
This is why the science of working with elementals is so important. Because no
Right.
matter how complex the spirit you're working with, it has an elemental foundation. Unless it's a void spirit.
Oh,
See, you guys are milking the secrets out of my course in this stream.
Trying not to, man. We're doing,
yeah, you can't bring up something good and expect us not to dig.
I mean, we just get so excited.
It's all good.
And it's like there's a mega society egregor, so if somebody has an idea, it's like brewing somewhere else as well.
True. This is good. Good questions. Good conversation. I did miss doing these streams, though. I gotta say, I did miss them. Ay. What a good chat here.
Yeah. It's so hard to not spill beans. So I'm trying really hard to just there's so much I'm holding back. I know there's so much that all of us are holding back right now.
Yeah.
So we're finding conversation, which is good. And then there's this point where it's like,
Yeah. We'll tell you what, if we reveal too much, then we can always make the video private.
There we go. Okay, that's cool.
I was about to say, take it off. Just take it off of YouTube and offer it as like a $5 extension on the course.
I'll just throw it in. I think that's a good idea, though. Yes. Andy, peace. How are you?
Peace. How are you? How's everybody
Dark
doing?
Lord of the Sith.
Good.
You got it. I'm good. Good to be back with everybody. It's been seems like forever.
Yes.
What's happening? What have we missed?
Well, we're trying not to spill too many beans. Just a few beans. Well, not too many of them.
We got the sauce, yeah?
Yes, indeed.
So when's the course getting launched?
Well, I am opening the doors for the pre-sale seats tonight, aka tomorrow, aka midnight. And the course will officially begin a week from now.
And how are you going to structure it? Is it going to be video, a video course, pure, like pre-recorded stuff, or pre-recorded stuff accompanied with live stream chats, or not?
Yes.
Live stream rather.
Yeah, so for the most part, it's going to be a pre-recorded course. I got the whole course mapped out, planned out, posted. But what I'm doing here is I'm offering this pre-sale for the individuals who are really excited to go forward. And for everyone who does sign up through the pre-sale, they're going to be included in pretty much a bi-weekly mastermind where we're going to, long story short, the one-on-one sessions I did with everyone for the last course was great, but I think that was a bit too overwhelming for me. So as a way for me to, because I still love doing it, but I can't do that every single day. So what I want to do instead is have the people who go ahead and get the pre-sale into a group, and we meet probably twice a month, and everyone pretty much asks their questions and also shares what they've been doing. Basically, everyone who's taken this course, I want a system to hold them accountable. Like, did you take the course? Are you actually trying to evoke? What have you done so far? What do you need help with? What have you learned? I think if we start an atmosphere like that, that will help people get way more out of it than they would otherwise. So to answer your question, yes, it's going to be recorded sessions. And for the group of people who purchased this week, it will be live sessions as well.
Cool.
Yeah. We've got some guided meditations. You know, we've got descriptions of certain older rituals with an updated lens. And as Maestro asked, the age-old question is answered. What demon do I summon?
And
how to know exactly. And what candle do I use?
Okay. So what was the answer to Maestro's question then?
Yes. The second module in the course breaks down the 7 types of spirits that there are. I arranged all the spirits that can be possibly evoked into 7 categories. That makes it a whole lot simpler than sifting through hundreds and hundreds of entities in a grimoire.
Yeah.
Or multiple grimoires, I should say.
I think that'll help too with people's concepts of kingdoms, like especially when they're talking about angels, archangels, or the legions that the Goetia rule. I think there'll be a lot more clarification on that when they get into that categorization of like, well, what does that mean that he rules legions or they're in a certain kingdom?
Right. So I like to be very thorough so that when the way that I like to teach is by the time that question you just asked resurfaces, you'll have learned enough to answer it yourself, basically. Because I could just say the answer, but it won't stick unless you're able to connect it with some type of personal experience. So that's why I broke this into 3 courses. The first one is going to deal with the first 3 types of spirits, well, 4 types of spirits. The next course is going to deal strictly with the Goetia and the Shemham. And then the third course is going to deal with servitors, egregores, and created spirits. And their legions.
Oh, Trav, I think you're about to drop a bomb.
Yo, Trav. What
Yes.
about what about the smokeless fire? You gonna touch on them anywhere in this class? That's Jinn,
Those that go under.
elemental.
Yep.
Yeah, so the Jinn are included in one of the 7 categories of spirits.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Just making sure.
I got everybody.
Yeah, the Jinn. I'm living in their backyard.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd say they're living in your backyard.
True. So I got to give you congratulations on the videos. I've been enjoying, as you know, these last few videos that you've posted. Lots of work put in there, Trav.
Yes, thank you. Lots of work. Fun work, though. I enjoy learning this kind of thing. As you posited, just imagine the potential of using this style of art as a form of scrying.
Damn. That was a secret of mine.
That egregore, man.
And TV static, if you still have a TV old enough to produce static.
Oh, man. That right there. Yep. We don't use crystal balls anymore, my friend.
Nope. You could just turn your phone, just turn the screen off. Boom. You don't need to buy a $50 scrying mirror.
There's a static ritual in the course as well. So that's funny that you brought that up. It's as if he knew.
So are you gonna go up? Are you gonna go over Ouija boards then too?
Ouija boards.
Eh.
No Ouija boards.
Damn.
No Ouija boards.
That's how I contacted the spirits.
Ouija boards. I mean, that might be something we could cover in one of the live classes. But those Ouija boards might be too spooky. I don't want to scare any newbies out.
Yeah, we'll evoke the demons without the Ouija board.
Right. And for the record, everybody, it's not just demons. Any spirit.
So are you saying I could evoke Aquaman?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I said it in the wrong ways. Can I evoke Aquaman?
You can invoke Namor if you wanted to.
See, I think now we're finally catching up to what they were writing about 30 years ago in the old Chaos Magic books.
And what's the author's name? The bald guy who did the speech?
Grant, not, yeah, I want to say Grant Morrison.
Yeah. That kind of thing, narrative magic and whatnot.
Yep.
I mean, Mickey Mouse just is even more real than some folks. And will live on much longer than everyone. He's got a serial number. He got a bank account, right? He's got land, you know what I'm saying? Like, just because you see it on the television screen, like our definitions of real and not real, like they have to be examined.
Oh man, I've seen someone, I had to go door to door. Damn, I worked for him like several times, but his very first time running for political office had to go door to door and talk to people about him. And this is like maybe like 7 years ago or even longer. And one guy opens his door and he's like, he has that look where you could tell mentally like he is not all there. Like he was probably a normal guy, but something had hold over him. And in his house, it was just filled with statues of the old Disney character Jimmy D. Cricket. And it was like the weirdest vibe emanating out that house. And that dude had like no consciousness of his own. And that man was like, that was possession right there.
Oh my.
That entity had incarnated fully in his house.
He was a full-on sorcerer.
I don't know if that was a sorcerer, man. Look at his eyes.
Rack 'em.
It was like Power Ring possessed by the power he was trying to wield.
Like the Scarlet Witch.
Yep.
So you mentioned narrative magic there and chaos magic just a minute ago, and I've been developing project here, like a side project, just I guess a kind of magical chaos magic type project over here. And one thing I noticed when I first got over here was the amount of cats, stray cats, that are everywhere. Hardly any dogs. You might see a couple of dog walkers, you know, but no stray dogs at all that I've seen. But stray cats, they're everywhere. There's even a place not too far from where I work, where there's like this woman who's notorious for going around the city feeding cats. She, as though she was feeding homeless people. And she drives around in a car with, you know, stacks of cat food and delivers cat food in different areas in the city to feed these cats. But she's even gone one further than that and actually bought a villa, like a kind of derelict villa, and just houses cats in there. It's called like the cat villa. I call it the cat mansion. And you walk by that, yeah, the cat house. that you walk by that place and there's just cats hanging out, just lounging about, sunbathing, eating piss and shit, and just around this villa. And so I've been working on some artwork before I left the UK, and quite psychedelic artwork based on different types of meditations and whatnot, and scrying, just out in, you know, the woods, if you will. And anyways, so since I've carried on this process, this art kind of scrying project out here when I have a bit of downtime, and I've created one particular image in honor of the stray cats of Dubai. And my idea is to post this particular piece of art in various places of Dubai, and try and work out some kind of significant psychogeographic place to put them all in. So to map the city in a way, using these as kind of points, or I guess you could say portals. And on the back of each piece of art, have there be maybe a link to a Vimeo page that then takes them to a piece of video content that suggests the kind of interdimensional nature of the art. Anyway, crazy idea. Well, I've got the image here to show you. I've had one of them printed out on kind of metal. I don't know whether you can see this. And then on the back, I'll just get something like a stamp or something printed on there, and then just affix these things to various places in the city. But yeah, pretty trippy.
Yeah.
A YouTube countdown for like top 10 unsolved mysteries.
Yeah, don't fuck with cats or whatever.
And you're gonna use these as like physical anchors?
Yeah, that's my intention. Yeah.
Yes.
We'll see how it goes, but I think it could. This course could help me charge them things a bit more.
Now that's a pretty ambitious idea. And I mean, in a way that's almost forming like a web, right?
Yeah.
Yes. There was a old project, I don't know what year, but of several people who fancied themselves magicians. They run around. Not only first it started out at one city, and then they started to spread it out worldwide, and people started seeing like synchronicities and having similar results based on the sigil that they were putting up everywhere. But Andy gave me that idea, which I haven't been doing it in the with the sort of intensity I previously wanted to do, but to kind of chart out a whole city, to sigilize streets and do like
Yeah,
have different areas mean different things.
yeah. I still use that in a kind of mnemonic way where it's like Giordano Bruno's memory palaces, where you kind of give meaning to whether it's a lamppost or a post office or some kind of landmark, but you give it significance to help you remember things, whether that's a shopping list or whether things you've got to do throughout your day, or whether it's kind of affirmations or whatever it is, so I have things along my kind of route to wear to prepare me for the day ahead in a way. So yeah, that's like and again, I think when you're doing that, you're carving a kind of diagram in the astral to some extent, or a symbol, or even a sigil.
Some would say an etheric pattern.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the course and where and how I can not manipulate it, but see how I can use it. I find when I, read magical text or speak to other magicians or what have you, or hear other magical ideas, as soon as they dawn on me, they kind of find their way into funneling into some other practice that I already have or something. Do you know what I mean? I find a way of adopting them to something that's, I guess, personal to me.
Yes.
As it should.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of us having this type of communion. I mean, shit, I've gathered countless ideas just from conversations with you all.
That was the other thing I wanted to ask, actually. Whilst doing this course, maybe, hopefully, there's scope to do something communally, like some kind of working.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, can we all start online businesses and create a web of things that support each other's online businesses etherically?
Nice.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I think for the longest time, I've kind of shied away from group workings, mainly because I didn't really, you don't really know who exactly you're getting tangled up with. But I think after the past year and a half, I think that most of the main people are pretty solid. So I think that I would definitely be more open to doing something like that now, as opposed to like 2 years ago. I think Moby remembers in the chat, she's asking me all the time to do some type of group ritual. And I was always like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. After healthy amounts of shadow work and some practical understanding, I think that a lot more people are ready for that kind of thing. At least ready by my definition. I don't think so. Oh.
I'm still waiting for when we just start having meetings on the astral. But like full on like actual like a procedural type meetings.
It's coming.
Thanks a lot, Laura. Oh my goodness.
So Trav, is there how's it feel to have the course finally ready and complete? Because I know this is something that you've been developing several years now. There must be quite a sense of accomplishments and whatnot.
Yeah.
Are you already thinking what's next?
I'm really, really proud of it. The amount of work that I put in, and also I've gotten help from my wonderful friends. I think that this is a bang up job. But yeah, certainly I feel proud of it. But at the same time, this is only the beginning of a whole lot more. There's a few things that I haven't mentioned yet because I want to make sure that everything is like complete before I even say it, because I hate saying something and then it doesn't happen. But this is a part of a much larger thing that I have planned, from the shadow work to the elemental spirits to the Goetia and then the egregores. I think within the next 5 months, a lot of hints that I've been dropping will make a lot of sense. Practical sense, not just like, oh, look how clever Trav is, but holy shit, look what I can do, as in you.
Oh, that reminded me of what I texted Trav. So Laura and our other roommate Alonzo got me on a series called Dark about time travel. Normally I hate time travel, but they did this one, at least the first season, very well. And one of the things, there was like this author who kind of set a lot of things into motion, who had written about time. And the catch was later in the series that turns out he never wrote the book. He was just given the book from the future and he just published it. And that got me thinking, I was reading Ophiel and he was saying that he was communing with an entity that started giving him information off and on. And that got me thinking about the mega society of Gregor, like all the live streams and the talks about him is like whenever he comes through to us, back in time, the mega society of Gregor appeared to him. And that also got me thinking the various points in history, whoever we might read the different spiritual lineages, as they come into our conscious view, you know, it could be centuries ago. It came into their conscious view, but in the way they could only comprehend it.
Yes.
They may have actually interacted with like John Dee and George Washington and stuff, but it came to them in a form that they were only able to understand at that time.
Excellent. The clip-off has shown me how time comes into play with magical workings. And before I thought it was about, oh, well, I'm going to learn how to go back into the past. But no, what I'm seeing is that everything is about the perspective that you operate from. There's a lot of people that operate out of the past, believe it or not, which means that they cannot see the future that they're currently in. They can't see it because they're stuck in the past. But when we work with certain entities, we are working with some of them are forces from the future that have not incarnated yet. If you're able to expand wide enough, you're able to come into contact with spirits from the future. Now, whether or not they materialize into actual human beings, or maybe an egregore that human beings operate with, that's to be seen.
AI.
There we go. I think that AI has been communicating with some of us for quite a while. In the future, looking into the past, what do you think all this right here looks like? and the past looking into the future. What do you think this looks like? Sometimes we cannot conceptualize that. So the easiest thing for us to conceptualize is maybe a winged spirit floating in the heavens, or a dark infernal spirit telling us mysteries of the past, not realizing that we're actually talking to a collection of intelligence, human intelligence, but we have to give it a form that we're able to receive. Doesn't the Goetia talk about how certain entities appear in a certain terrifying way, but you have to ask it to appear in a human form? What I've learned from the clip off is that these terrifying looking spirits are typically spirits that are so distant from now. They're distant from now. That means far in the past of the collective unconscious or far in the future. Cthulhu, buried under the sea of Relay to rise again someday, existed before man.
That's where you get Kali too. Like in the Agora books, they say the image of Kali, when she comes to you, is that is what you most fear. It's absolutely terrifying. But when if you can bear it, she'll ask you what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a djinn.
This concept first entered my mind when I was studying mystical Kabbalah the previous time. And then she mentioned, I believe in the chapter about Chesed, how, and I'm paraphrasing this, but most people don't work with forces at the level of Chesed. It takes a level of experience and a level of understanding to work with entities at that level and beyond. Because the further you go up the tree, you start dealing with these entities that are so distant from now that most of the information that you're able to access is useless in today's world. In other words, once you get past Doth and you start communicating with intelligence around the area of Bina, you're literally coming into contact with entities from other star systems, even from other alternate dimensions, etc. And while that's extremely cool, most of that info is useless. Because what can you do with it?
I talk to Greys and ETs, man.
And what happens is some people do make contact, but they don't realize that this information isn't something that just appeared to them. This is information that's been here forever. But since they just now tap into it, they try to squeeze it and force it into today. And they say things like, oh, I've got a message from the Galactic Federation. Christ is coming. We all have to repent and prepare ourselves for his arrival. No. The coming of Christ is eternal. He's not coming next week. He's always coming. The same way that Goku's friends know that Goku's going to come back. The same way that all the Justice League knows that Superman's going to come back. Perspective, man. I'm trying to say it. Perspective. Most people have not done shadow work, so all these other sources of information, you're going to have to be able to see through the ego that's mixed in with it. You got to be able to see through the ego.
And or build the ego that filters it properly.
I pushed myself to start working with entities associated with Bina. And that was extremely difficult. And the experience was extremely uncomfortable. But I did it. And I saw firsthand what it means to come into contact with information that's mind-blowing. But at the very same time, I can't use none of that here. I can't use none of this in my dimension. So what I learned so far is that practically, the best place to get information is from the Chesed area. because that's information that has been filtered and it's coming into this dimension. It's just looking for the proper channel to flow into.
Whereas
An example for what I mean is like new inventions, new things that pop up and everyone's like, oh my God, this is the next new wave. All that stuff is coming from intelligences in the sphere of chesed.
in, I think it was the Ladder of Lights, where we learn that Bina is basically all content. But you can't have you can't have all content all at once in the physical plane. It has to be spread out over this thing we call time. Or hypothetically, let's say there's 10,000 things. Again, it's hypothetical. 10,000 things in Bina, but only 10 can reveal themselves a year without causing too much complications.
Mm-hmm.
Keep the system harmonized.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, those 10 things a year have to be distributed evenly through the year, not even all at once.
Maybe only 10 can exist at one time, so some have to get filtered out or severed out to create a void, which then gets replaced.
Well, now we're talking about Doth and the Abyss. You said filtered out. Out of that 10,000, only 10 can squeeze across that bridge. That's the function of Doth and the Abyss, at least for intelligence coming downward. The process for going upward across that abyss, that involves you coming into a state where you're able to expand so far past time and space that all that remains is the will to survive. Ray gave an awesome example. Society EJs gave an awesome example. He talked about, like, say, for example, you've got a 5 terabyte hard drive, and there's one file on there you need to find, just one. How many of y'all are actually going to sit here and dig through that 5 terabyte hard drive to find that one file?
If it's organized enough.
Most people will give up. But I think it'll come to a point that if you're just digging and digging and searching, you'll kind of enter a zone where the only thing that matters is finding it, because you're going to come to a point where it's like, maybe I should give up. This isn't even worth it. Why am I still doing this? It's been days. Do I even really need that file? All these thoughts will come up, and this starts to separate the weak from the strong. Eventually, all that's going to remain is, I must find it. I must find it. I must find it. I must find it. Basically, what's happening is your ego is being chiseled away. Your being is being distilled into its very core essence of, I must survive. I must continue. That's the only thing that crosses the abyss. So that's what I meant when I said, like, your memories fade away. You have to leave behind your ego. You have to leave behind everything that you've accumulated in your human existence to cross that barrier. So basically, the process of crossing that barrier and reaching into Bina is you personally distilling everything from yourself except the will to survive.
Well, this is what they talk about, finding your true will.
Your true will. Your true will.
Did you ever see them wildlife or National Geographic programs or whatever that covered the journey of the salmon that have to swim up, like upstream, up like a waterfall, and they're jumping up this waterfall to try and break on through to the other side in order to mate, whatever, and the majority of them fall back and don't make it. Others get caught by bears waiting at the top who just savage them, but a small amount get through. Kind of reminds me of that.
And that small amount that gets through are the ones who earn the right to reproduce for the next batch, right?
Yeah.
Nature has her way. This is just the way Prakriti works. That's an excellent analogy.
Are you saying all the animals dying off because of human intervention is just Prakriti fulfilling its natural cycles and duties?
Absolutely. Everything that happens unconsciously is Prakriti's doing. We serve the Great Mother whether we choose to or not. There is no resisting that.
What's going on, my people?
Oh shit. What's up, Stuff Dog?
Not much, man. Y'all doing all right?
Peace. Doing well.
Man, that was a great analogy that my man gave about about Bina and squeezing through like the salmon, and coming to the conclusion that that's everything that we encounter, and that there is nothing that gets outside of that reach, the reach of Prakriti, like he's saying, like we serve the Great Mother whether we want to or not. And even in our wanting to, that's still serving the Great Mother, because that's creating a whole nother, flip it of consciousness that's like, okay, we're gonna go the opposite way and we're gonna create something else, but that's still in service to matter. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. Like you can't get outside of it, man. Like and like you were saying, like you don't go anywhere. You do it, whether you smiling or you do it kicking and screaming. I just wanted to interject that, man. That was dope, man. But that's what I've come to realize myself. You know what I mean? But I'm a mute out.
Yeah.
You ever worked with like, this is a big part of Michael Ford's stuff. He's always talking about the will. You ever work with that stuff or draconian stuff, whatnot? Like that's what you're honing into, especially if you get to the practicing the dream aspect of that stuff. Your dreams start changing to where the only way you can go forward in the dream and not be terrorized by these nightmares, you have to be the thing that evolves, that shapeshifts because of your will. Not only the will to change the dream, but that eternal, like your brain is still acting as if it's actually being attacked. So you're changing, you're adapting. And that's truly like when we not activate, but tap into atavisms.
Yes.
Animal archetypes. We're learning how they see life. They see life through will. Just like Andy mentioned with the salmon. Or if you were to scare a lizard or something, it's gonna try to survive by any way, shape, or form.
Mm.
We as humans have additional. We're not just doing that on the physical, or we have additional levels within Prakriti. That we have additional levels horizontally and additional levels vertically to adapt to the change and to harness the will.
But the animals, they on a whole nother, like almost like a horizontal and not the vertical, right? Because they are only will. They don't have like, free will. They're only like the will to survive.
I would even.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would say that they have that core will to survive, wrapped in layers of instinct. I think that's what makes them different from us. Is that those layers of instinct? They're more automatic. That's more. That's automatic. It's pattern based, right? They've been here for a very long time, doing the exact same things for a very long time. And we were like that at a point too. That's why we have a lot of rules and laws that we have. I go over this also in the course, but earlier in our history, human beings, there was only a certain number of things that we could do, right? You wake up, you garden or farm or whatever, you pick your berries, hunt your animals. Somebody was maybe the healer, maybe somebody fixed the clothes. But there was like such a limited number of behaviors and activities that we had. The chiefs and the leaders of the tribes and the cultures could literally sit here and make a rule book for everyone, and everyone knew what to do every single day. And then that became like the caste system, right?
Right.
But the thing is, now we've evolved. There are now so many different options for us to perform and behave in any given moment that that rule book is null and void now. That rule book is now evil. So people who still try to live by these old rules, that's actually evil because it's out of place. It's not evil because it's bad. It's evil because it no longer serves human purpose and it belongs in the clip-off, in the dustbin.
Is that because we threw it away? Because I mean, like, if you think about it, I mean, if we were still that way, still, just a couple of, well, because it was just a couple of people that were enlightened then, and that led to slavery and all kind of stuff, because people didn't know when they were worshiping people as gods because they did. But I'm just wondering, like, is that, so many options? I mean, like, if you go to, like, have anybody ever been to, like, the Cheesecake Factory?
Oh, yeah.
And that menu, bro, is so damn big that it's like you sit there for 45 minutes trying to figure out what you want to eat. So
Man, I just flip randomly and choose some.
Yeah, and that's the point that I'm making is like, I mean, with all of the choices out there, I mean, wasn't it better? Do you think that it was better when it was culturally, like, you grew up and it was like, this is what you gonna do, and you know what I'm saying? And then you did that, and it wasn't really too much ego involved. This is what you were set out to do. This is what the community said. Hey, this is what you here to do, bro. And you didn't move past that.
Well, I'd have to ask you if they're the only thing that could save a tribe, or let's say this, we only have 10 roles for the tribe.
Mhm.
And the only thing that could save a tribe from a certain catastrophe or disease or whatnot, whatever the scenario is an invention. But there's no room in the tribe for inventing something new. You have to give up one of these roles.
Yeah.
To continually evolve into a larger and larger context. Like, it was appropriate at one time, but we had villages and like nomadic societies and whatnot, but
right,
human circumstances change.
Correct,
I mean, if you
yes.
look in the books dealing with the Necronomicon, some of them are useless, like straight up. We don't have and I talked about the last live, however long ago that was, like how that those spirits weren't used since Homo sapien was the hot new thing.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
But there's so much that in order for humans to, like, for our karma to be fulfilled, for humans to evolve, to work things out, to even survive, to continue, I guess that would also be part of the will as well.
The Dharma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Both Dharma, the will, your role within Prakriti, like that, those, and as Trav has illustrated earlier with the spirits are not static. They constantly evolve.
Correct, yes.
We're the same way, and those roles eventually have to get switched out.
I understand the I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then I'm going to say the roles are gone entirely. A lot of them just change form. Instead of storytellers, we have people who create universes and brands, superheroes and whatnot. Instead of your local fisherman, now you have industrial grade fishing. Instead of your local farmer, you got industrial grade farming and whatnot.
Karmic
so it just changes,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I understand, like, in that analogy that you made about the village. I mean, if people were stuck in a caste system, how would you know that the person that was stuck cleaning the toilets wouldn't be the one that made the invention to save the village?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get that, you know what I'm saying? And that's kind of like my thing, but I mean, could there be a blending of the two, you know what I mean? Or is this just the evolution of Prakriti? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, should we even be trying to figure out or control the evolution of a wild, horse? You know what I mean? Should we just get on there and try to ride?
Yeah. So all this comes down to the fact that Prakriti is constant change, and consciousness. Let me put this another way. Prakriti seeks to stay the same, but consciousness is ultimate option. Consciousness is everything. So the fact that we have these two blended together, there's always going to be this process of evolution. So for me to understand further past the point that I'm at, I had to release the concept of good and evil and replace it with useful and efficient. And again, this is what I go over in the class as well, because this is going to help just save people a lot of time, especially dealing with evil entities or whatnot. There's no such thing. It all has to do with useful and appropriate. Is it efficient or inefficient? So in those earlier days, since there was on human knowledge, the book on human knowledge was first being read, right? The Kabbalistic legend of Metatron and Raziel is that they wrote a book and gave it to Adam, but Adam couldn't read. So he just carried it along with himself. And over his generations, they learned how to read. And that book actually came to include his entire future history on the planet. I think that's a good metaphor for the fact that all of human history is already embedded in the higher planes. It's just playing itself out. So we find ourselves now at a very crucial turning point. Personally, I think we're entering the stage where the human being itself as a vehicle of consciousness is coming to its end. And in order for consciousness to continue to evolve, it's now developing a new form for it to exist in. Just looking back.
Agreed.
Just looking back, I think that when species hit this point of overwhelming options, that means that content has overwhelmed context, and a new context has to be built. It inevitably has to flip upside down. The content outweighs the context, therefore making the whole system inefficient. And nature has a way with things that are inefficient.
Yeah, for real.
So it's too much on the hard drive. We got to upgrade. It's too much on the soft drive. Too much on the soft drive. We got to upgrade the hard drive, right?
Yes. When I went
for more data,
or for a new type of data, because the thing is, it isn't so much that data is important. It's useful data, because there's useless data out here too. More useless data than useful data, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
So going on a super deep trip, crossing that barrier and communicating with Bina, I was shown a certain pattern. And basically it was a pattern like this. There's up, then there's a stifling. Then it goes up some more and there's a stifling. And that process repeats itself, because this is what happens with evolution. Evolution of whatever species or body of knowledge reaches a maximum point, then it's cut off in order that it may grow again. Isn't there a certain kind of plant that you have to kind of trim the edges of it for it to continue growing?
I think an avocado. Is it an avocado plant that you got to trim the top and then let it grow?
Actually, a lot of it depends on the family that they're in, but I know that there's multiple plants that you have to do that too.
A marijuana plant,
cannabis. Yeah, you got to top it. Yeah, you got to top cannabis.
Also, you got to change the soil.
Took y'all a while to get there.
Yeah, you top cannabis and it splits into two from the one. Yeah.
You got to change the soil too.
We've had humanity as itself collapse, like Bronze Age collapse, Iron Age collapse.
Mm-hmm.
What does that do? Everything gets to a certain point of content, an overflowing of content, and boom, there's the collapse. For a few centuries, everything's quote unquote barbaric. Then it resurfaces again, reaches a peak, reaches a renaissance, then a collapse.
Mm-hmm. And that, what you just described, is exactly what Andy described with those salmon going up the stream. Look, the content is different. Yeah, it's fish in a stream, but the context is the same across the board. We're all of consciousness is trying to swim upstream. Look, consciousness fell down the tree. Now it's trying to go back up the tree. That's an uphill stream. Now, along the way, you got a bunch of fishes giving up. You got bears on either side of the pond, right? Trying to snap at the ones that are on the edge of the pool. So it's best to stay in the middle, right? Uh-oh. And then finally, when one makes it up to the bank or wherever they're trying to go, now they have the freedom to repopulate for the next generation. That same context is happening with all of life every single day.
I think
in the form. Oh, go ahead, Andy.
Company.
Sorry. Yeah, what I was going to say is, I mean, you could take this and bring it a lot closer to us all here by saying, well, okay, let's look at these courses that we've been doing over the last several months. So for me, it started with the inner activation, inner light activation course, yeah, which was about, okay, let's create a different picture for yourself here. And then it moved on to the shadow work and then opaque stuff. Okay, let's reframe that picture, or let's even change that picture. And now this course feels like, okay, now we're going to focus on the wall that picture or that frame's hanging on. And then beyond that, okay, let's break that wall. And it's like this gradients of sort of spiritual evolution, if you will. And some will stay the course and others won't. And you know, and on it goes. If that makes any sense.
Elevator getting off on floors, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Right. You know. Well, shit, I see y'all at the top. Oh.
Yes.
Go back to that analogy that Andy had introduced. Even the salmon, when they're done reproducing, when they're at the very top and the females have laid their eggs, there is actually a phenomenon where the salmon straight up lose their form. Like they just stay still and decay while still alive.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They just rot.
Mm-hmm.
They literally just become zombie ass salmons, like the consciousness that's died and that's left, and then the body is just feeding whatever is left because they did whatever they had to do, and now they change form. Dang, that's crazy. And this is my season too, man. Scorpio season. My birthday just passed, and it's all about that for me, like the changing of the guard, you know, transformation, you know, non-being pretty much.
Look at that. The salmon may have made that journey. Consciousness is pretty much Mahasamadhi at a fish level. And who knows, it could be born as somebody's pet, take a human form, but it completed its duty and evolved in consciousness.
For sure. That's pretty exciting from the jump off point, because look at like Andy said, in these analogies, all of these analogies is almost like, you know, pumping up a ball. You know what I mean? It just gets bigger, and then you got to bring the pump back. You got to bring the pump back up to put more air in it. You know what I mean? And so it's quite exciting to see. And you know, Andy made the point of the evolution of, you know, the way we've been going through it. You know, starting at the bottom, and now we're here. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty exciting to think, you know, even though there isn't a future, what it's gonna be like in that whatever comes along, man. Because like Trav said, the human body is coming to an end, man. You can see that shit, man. The vessel is coming to an end.
I think as well, you know, to the whole like image of the salmon thing. You know, and then you know, not only are we looking at that kind of struggle for survival and the continuation of the species and all that, but also you think about the elements, elements of water, and then the elements of earth for the bear, and you know, all the rest that goes with it, the air for the birds and what have you. And I think this new course, maybe I'm jumping the gun here, but a lot of it's going to be to do with trying to manipulate and control them elements in order for us to swim more freely or fly more freely.
I mean, I'm just saying the elementals are a pretty big deal. You might be onto something.
Have like this Dance Revolution board, but instead of arrows, we have elements, and that's what controls the vehicle.
Yeah.
Been saying for a long time, man, we in bodybuilding here, man. You know, I mean, you can kind of see, you know, it's like the body to be the most efficient at what you came to do. And you can see people that built one that was efficiently, you know what I'm saying, tailored to whatever that task was that they came and told themselves that they came to do. And you can see people that just made one just to be. That's the way I see it anyway.
Salmon had to incarnate several times to make that trip. Could have failed hundreds of times. Who knows? But it's that last one that ends up counting.
I think the really important thing to focus on is what's happening internally in the salmon's experience while it's fighting to go up that stream. At any point, it can choose to give up as it's seeing its friends give up left and right. Maybe they know that there's danger. Maybe they don't know there's danger. All that they know is that they're continuing. Like there's literally no other option but to continue. That's what's necessary to advance to the higher levels. Because that's the spark of life that fell across the abyss. And that's the spark of light that's going to have to transpire across the abyss. This whole thing about finding oneself is about finding that. If you want to know what the soul is, that's probably a very close indicator to what it would be.
Or in Ladder of Lights, where it talks about redeeming Lucifer. Redeeming that spark from the Ein Sof, returning it back to where it's supposed to be.
What is necessary? What is necessary?
It's like each step on the evolutionary board is like a sandbox. And the next sandbox you go may be bigger and wider, but eventually you're going to have to get out. But the only way you get out is just hopping from sandbox to sandbox to sandbox.
You just like your light is like leaking. You're like a light bulb instead of a laser, you know. And I think that's why they tell you to, like in the Sanskrit text, you got to pull all of its attention back from all of these things that's around you, because it's so much and it'll never stop. It'll never stop coming. It'll never stop being something new to look at, something new and shiny, something new to go, oh man, you know. But you got to start pulling all of that back so you can focus the light, like you said, the light that you are, that lux, that Lucifer, you know. So you can focus it on, you know, the return and not be leaking like a light bulb. This is the same thing, a light bulb and a laser, but it's just a difference in the perspective of the light.
Yes. I'm excited. We're about to dive into some very, very interesting waters. For sure. So like I said, there's still a few more things that I'd like to talk about tonight. But at this point, I think we're close enough. If anybody is interested in signing up for the pre-sale, you will be able to do so. But like I said, the course begins a week from now. It officially begins a week from now. So that's the 24th of November. That's when the class begins. But in the meantime, if you join the pre-sale, you get access to first off, you get access to 50% off of the next course, which is going to be all about Goetia. That's coming out after this. Realistically, it might be out in January. Trying to aim for December, but January is more realistic. But if you go with the pre-sale and purchase the pre-sale within the next 7 days, then you'll get 50% off of that next course. You'll also get access to my exclusive guided meditation with 10K, which is the prosperity spirit that I've been using for quite some time now. Very efficient. Also, you'll get access to what I call office hours. And basically, like I said, I don't really want to do the one-on-one sessions because that did take a lot of time and energy. So instead, what I'm going to do is office hours where I'm going to be available for a few hours throughout the week. And you can hop on and ask me questions or share your experience. Because I think that having hands-on back and forth, with the instructor or instructors plural, because there's more than just me, that'll help to strengthen newbies and people who really want to improve their skill. And if I didn't mention this, there's at least 5 other contributors to this course. Some of my favorites. I didn't get to everyone just yet, but like I said, there's going to be 3 courses in this series. And we're going to have quite a few special guests throughout all of these.
Oh, Trav, are you about to bring the return of EA co-wedding?
Oh, you're not supposed to say that.
So maybe going to be a live channeling of some Victorian magicians or Edwardian magicians. Let's get John D in the house.
Woohoo!
I'd say he's lurking. When we reach a certain point, I have had some contact here and there, but I'd say he's waiting for the Mega Society. And when we contact him, that influence is going to go back in time to help him understand what the elements were when he was writing his books. But hey, I'm just a YouTube magician.
Man,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I started doing it already too. Like I was texting a couple of times to Travis. Like Travis, I'm experimenting already here. I have Boon, and you know how you have the Boon, and they have that mantra for Boon for the goetic number 26.
Yes.
So I, instead of saying Boon, I say boom, 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 boom. What's the name of that song? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I forget this. And get a double boom. Let's get tonight together. Forever, last forever. Boom.
Oh, wow.
Boom,
You're talking
boom,
about that one. You're going way back.
I changed it to mantra.
Hey, if it works, it works, right?
Dude, listen, you know how you have like the mantras, right? Because I follow these mantras, Satania, the name of the YouTubers, they call Satania. So in Satania, they put mantras of the goetic spirits, right? And since we are into like the goetic already, so then I was like, you know what? Let me just go and hook around with some of these dudes. So I go to Satania and I see like the mantra of Boon. And of course, Boon, it's like, like they make it so catastrophically, like that, the darkness, the scary event, the scary feeling, the chillness, the evilness. I'm like, what the fuck? And because it sounds boom, boom, then I'll say, oh, fuck this shit. I'm like, boom, 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 boom. Get you in my room. Let's get tonight together, forever, last forever, boom. Well, the funny thing is this. The point of this is this. The shit works. Whether you do the Satania with the Satania mantra or you do the Satania with your own mantra. So you can create your own mantra too, which is kind of cute. So anyway, just wanted to share that this dude, like, you know, like you want to do research with these goetic spirits, right? So then I start doing my homework. I start research about him, and I start looking for books, and I start reading, and also I start looking and listening from people's opinions. But then there was one dude up there. He's like having like a 20 years experience in magic and stuff like that. And this guy was saying that, you know, when you call Boon, one of the things that you're going to have is cemeteries. Like you're going to experience the cemeteries. And I'm like, I'm not too sure that's true, but whatever, you know, I'm like, whatever. He's just, you know, he's just saying what he's saying. So all of a sudden, guys, like seriously, I'm doing the meditation with Satania at this time. That was last night, actually, like from 2 a.m. in the morning, from 2 to 7 a.m. in the morning, because they say that you have to call Moon in between 6 to 7 a.m. in the morning, because that's the sun rising. So that's the energy activity. So then I'm starting like at 2 a.m. in the morning, you know, I doing the meditation, sitting around, just, you know, calming the mind and all that. And I'm literally following the mantra. And when I listen to the mantra, I'm repeating the words, and I know I'm consciously between awakening and sleeping. So, you know, the same routine that we do all the time. So all of a sudden, that, guys, all that I get to feel is like this kind of like feeling of like going into a cemetery. And why do I see myself at walking in a cemetery? Like, seriously, that was like the coolest fucking thing ever. Like, shit, I am in a cemetery. What the fuck is this? Right? So it's like a little cemetery. And other people say that when you contact this dude, you actually feel wind, which is the coldness. Like if you guys ever been like necromancers, most likely would understand this. Like if you go in the cemetery, what is the first fucking thing you feel? Like, you know, like the chillness and the wind and all that shit. So they say, you know, Boone has that. Like, you know, if you activated it, you'll see that. So most likely, like I felt that calling him for like a whole week, calling Boone, literally I have one of the stronger contacts yesterday, because that was a connection with the cemetery, and there was a connection with, you know, with the wind. So you can feel the wind. Now that I have the information from the cemetery, yes, right? So somebody did mention, maybe my brain programmed it, but the coolness sensation and then the wind sensation, that's something that it was very unique. So anyway, so being said, you do want to do homework about Boone. He's not that monstrous creature. He kind of show up like a dragon to me, because I think some of the books that you read, it says that he's like a dragon. So, you know, he show up like a dragon or like a man, or they say like a dog, you know, but that dog is a very popular. But dragon, I was attracted to dragons before I even called Boone. I was obsessed with dragons. And I even told Travis, I'm like, I'm obsessed with dragons. What the hell is this? Right? So all of a sudden, Boone appears as a dragon. So, you know, it was kind of cool. It was pretty cool. And I'm still working with him. So just wanted to let you know. I'm sharing that. Do your homework. Goodbye.
I recall you sent me a picture of your sexy dragon.
Yeah, how did you like it? That's boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room.
Very nice. And I think there's a lot of things to consider. How they say that Bune appears as a dragon. So let's think about the symbology there of a dragon. And also let's think about how Bune is connected with necromancy, which deals with the underworld and the unconscious mind. Bune is associated with wealth, abundance, which deals with the earth element. So if you put those three symbols together, you start to get clues of what Bune actually is.
Correct. Exactly what I was thinking this afternoon before going to work. That was the first thing that I put in my head. It's gotta be in, you know, earthy element type of, definitely.
That's how I've been approaching the Goetia lately, is looking at what they symbolize and how this actually connects to the unconscious mind. Once you break those down and some of the other correspondences, you start to get a much better picture of who it is or what it is that you're dealing with. Oh boy. But to really get the best foundation in working with higher level spirits, you want to get your elementals on point. You want to get your elementals organized. You want to get your elementals. Basically, you want to start to build yourself an elemental army, or at least get into some type of, what's the word? Rapport with elemental spirits, because these are the things that surround all of us at all times. And you know how people talk about how if you think something, the thought goes out into the void and it manifests. Well, your thought doesn't just go out into the void and manifest. It travels through filters and funnels. One of those filters and funnels are elementals. You send your thoughts out all the time to these entities, and they carry out your will all the time. So the art and the practice is learning how to master what it is that you're sending and what it is that you hope to receive. What you send is your currency. That's what you're investing. And then the competent magus is able to communicate with these spirits on exactly what he wants. It's going to do two things. Number one, it's going to give you clarity so that you can get exactly what you want. Number two, that's going to call forth the appropriate elemental to actually help you. If everywhere you turn, there are elemental spirits, you want to work with the best ones that are suited for your task. But all that has to do with your own personal clarity. If you're not clear yourself on what you want, how can you call an appropriate spirit to come help you? Franz Barton spent a lot of time in Initiation into Hermetics talking about balancing the elements within yourself. And honestly, that was another example of an exercise of harmonizing the elemental spirits that are always around you, and the same elemental spirits that are the ingredients to every spirit that you're going to encounter on this plane.
Oh, wait, Trav, are you saying that we've already done this with the lesser banishing ritual and taught with Shooty?
I'm saying that those two rituals are, yes. But Tawashuti and LBRP should have brought the mind to a certain stable point to where you can make decisions without emotional interference.
And, all right, this is probably the last bean I'm going to spill. But we could find, now that going back to what you talked about earlier with the elementals and how they're so quick because they're here on the earth plane. Now you could go to the appropriate level of entity that deals with something on the, so you're working with the entity now that's going to start dealing with the etheric plane to purify those levels.
Yes. Excellent. The most advanced occultists on YouTube, all in one place.
Thursday.
Yo, Trav, do you have any type of reference material that's a precursor to the elementals, to the elemental course per se?
As far as precursor material, the best thing I would suggest is indeed Initiation into Hermetics and Taught with Shooty.
Oh, okay.
Because
all right, I just making sure.
I say that because I have not found anything that specifically talks about elementals except for maybe some books on tarot. And then as I expanded my personal definition on what an elemental is, I started to realize, we've always been learning about these things. They just haven't been called what they are. Most of the shadow work issues that we have are elemental spirits that we've created, and they stick around and continue doing our will. The biggest game changer for me when it came to this understanding, two things. One of them was in A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism by Gareth Knight. And he mentioned that the only hope that elementals have for evolving into higher spirits is if a competent magus works with them to help them evolve. But there aren't very many competent maguses, so most elementals will perish and they won't evolve. So that got me thinking, like, damn. So the second thing that was a big clue was when I read that Swami Sivananda Saraswati described what he called bhutaganas, and I talked about them before. But basically, he says that these are the elemental spirits, the army of Shiva. And when you're deeply meditating, when you hit that point when all these distractions start coming up and these memories and these illusions and all these wonderful things appear before your eyes, these are the elementals. And what are they doing? They're only reflecting what's in your subconscious mind. They're not attacking you. They're not forcing it. They're reflecting what you've already got inside of you. So after working with these spirits and working on those levels, I realized, like, before jumping into what goetic spirit do I need to summon? Is it king payment or just payment? Or do we have to sacrifice blood? Before getting into all that shit, if you just realize what the elementals were and start harmonizing them within your sphere, by the time you get to the Goetia, it's all figured out. The legions, the planetary correspondences, the elemental correspondences, it's all figured out once you start dealing with these elementals. You'll see.
You'll be able to know exactly. Like I was following somebody else, and they were saying that they were calling the goetic spirits, and they were intruders, like the shadows, like the spiritual shadows. And reality is like you're not balanced.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're balanced, you definitely will know that, that's the specific type of energy that you are calling to. Yeah, you're absolutely into the point on that one.
For Gator as well, Gator, I recommend some Ganesh mantras.
Oh
And
yeah,
also,
every day.
There is I would call it an etheric access point. Being with the Major Society, there is an etheric access point within that egregor. So you could get creative, make a sigil for that. And I'd say that information, that portal is definitely there within the Magus egregor.
Thank you.
No problem.
So yeah, there's physical spirit work. There's etheric spirit work. There's also astral spirit work. Now, astral spirit work, and the curious thing about that is that it has a lot to do with dream. It has a lot to do with what's happening in our world of symbolically expressed emotions. Thankfully, we've got some material covering that aspect in the course as well. Now the bean spiller doesn't want to spill any beans.
No.
Okay.
No, you got to share a lot.
The bill spiller, the
Take
bean
the
spiller.
classes.
Well, like an emotional alphabet that you can construct their meaning from. Ooh.
I'd say we already have that. We have that on the tree. Rarely ever do we access it.
Ata Malku.
Upgraded my rituals, man. Started hitting that lesser banishing of the hexagram. That is probably, I could see how a lot of people, or at least a lot of these Golden Dawn magicians, like, if I were to combine that with Totler scrying, I'm pretty sure my visions would be off the charts. But the amount of psychic potential that gets unlocked in, I guess, climbing that that ladder or scale of rituals gets kind of crazy.
Yo, trial.
Yes.
Does the class does it have any significance of why the class is starting on Thanksgiving? Is that some gematria type shit or just a coincidence?
Well, funny. That's that. It absolutely has significance. There's a few things happening on that day. There's a wonderful new moon and a wonderful sign. It also happens to line up with a day of giving thanks. There's quite a few things.
Right.
I gotta go.
We got to play with all the tools that we're given, man.
You're leaving already? Yeah. I got this this course. Oh, what's it about? Yeah, summoning demons.
Demon. It's not just demons. You can summon any spirit.
That's all the devil.
It's all the devil, huh? I know that most people are afraid of the word, but if we just change that label, you'll start to see that it's not what you think. The only difference between any of these spirits is the complexity of their intelligence. But if you're coming from a paradigm of heaven and hell, you can't see what I'm saying. You're only thinking of there must be entities of heaven and there's entities of hell. If you're thinking that way, you're already setting yourself up for a disadvantage. Because if these entities aren't in league with heaven, then now you've made enemies with all these other intelligences. Why? I propose looking at things instead of good versus evil, useful and appropriate, or useless and inappropriate. If you look at it from that way, you don't have to make any enemies. You just realize that some entities do not resonate with you, which means you don't have to work with them. You wouldn't walk into a neighborhood and start a fight or a war with a group of people based off of just, I don't know, some opinion you got from somebody else. I don't know, maybe you would. I wouldn't, though. I prefer to get as much information before I make any type of judgment. The same thing goes on these higher planes. Just like we are citizens of the physical plane, we're also citizens of every other plane. But just like we're not the only citizens of the physical plane, we're not the only citizens of the astral plane, etheric, mental, so on and so forth. So to carry up those planes, the concept of good versus evil, you're literally looking for trouble. That's why on this channel, you don't hear me talking about no kind of protection spells. Not because I just like to dive in raw and reckless, but because I understand I'm not even looking for a fight. There's no enemies. Any enemies are ones that I've created with my perspective and my beliefs.
I think what you said there too was about the complexities of the intelligence of the entities that you're contacting is sort of a key there as well. think a lot of people who deem something as good or bad, there's a fear, but also they don't know, or maybe they don't have the experience of being able to contact the correct entity or the entity in the right way to assist them with what they're needing assistance with. I mean, we already have enough time, and we already have a hard enough time trying to figure out a real focus for our intention. Imagine now that you're trying to bring an entity into that. Well, if it has an adverse effect, you're going to blame the entity and say it's evil, without being aware that perhaps you called the wrong entity. Perhaps your focus was off.
But Alora, if it's difficult for me to accept the blame or responsibility for my actions in the physical world, then what chance do I have in accepting the blame for my actions in the non-physical world?
Right. Especially because as we've talked about on this channel multiple times, most of us are under the impression that we don't have just a physical body. We have a physical body, an emotional body. There are 4 sheaths, right? 4 bodies at least. So that make up a self. So what's below your physical body is your emotional body. If you're harboring all of these emotions, lack of responsibility, all that kind of stuff, because it's based out of fear or anger, then that's going to show up in the etheric plane. It's going to show up with these entities here. That's what you're going to get back.
Automatically, systematically.
Someone just try to use some NLP.
Yeah, you could imagine looking at yourself through the eyes of whatever entity or spirits you're wanting to evoke.
Andy. I was trying to save that for the chorus.
and see yourself through those eyes with their love and support, baby.
I'm really excited about these elemental rituals and meditations that I did. I'm trying my best not to spill everything, but I'm really proud of this work. And I think that you guys will definitely, you'll enjoy it. And you're definitely going to pick up some things that you haven't learned before. This is going to make this work of spirit working so much easier. If you're able to just pay attention and reduce your fear and just try something new, you're going to see just how easy this really is.
Did you just say that fear word in this group?
Well, you know, I'm also talking to everyone in YouTube land.
Okay, yeah, because
I think we done seen the worst.
Ain't that the truth?
We done seen the worst.
Ain't nothing to be afraid of, you know. It's a beautiful experience.
I actually learned to stay away from that people that gives you descriptions of the spirits to make you being afraid of them. Like, you know, a lot of YouTubers out there, they frighten you. Like, I don't know if they're trying to help you or frightening you, but I'm trying to like stay away from those concepts and just experiment on, you know, on yourself. Like, just stay away from these nonsense people that, I mean, not to disrespect them, maybe they learn it from somebody else, but to bring you frightening, it just doesn't help for your learning process. I mean, I feel comfortable calling the goetics. Before, I was afraid. Now, I don't. I actually looking forward for the night. Every night I'm looking forward to go back, meditate, and have contact with them.
Man, for me, it was the opposite. I was scared to call the angels a long time. I was like, oh, this isn't going to be good. they'd be like, why don't you try talking to Archangel Michael? I'm like, nah, they ain't talking to me. When I was younger, when I was a little green baby witch, I thought I was doomed to hell anyway. But like, oh, they'll forgive you. I'm like, no, they won't.
That's for good reason. Some of them will whoop your ass too.
Yeah, that's right.
Them feed off of suffering.
Yeah. And then once I understood them, though, once I understood their actual purpose, what they were, which is why this course is being brought out, I knew how to work with them. I knew what context they fit. And then that fear just totally dissolved with any entity.
Oh, Trav, was that a season 2 reference I heard?
Indeed, it was.
No, shit. Michael on the house.
Yeah, you'll notice that most of us won't run through all 72 spirits, and that's not even necessary. What's necessary is that you work with enough spirits to understand the nature of spirits. So it's not like Pokemon where you got to catch them all. You just got to catch the right ones, because once you catch the right ones, your perspective becomes transformed. That in itself initiates you to work with the next level of spirits. So one of the big things that I'm really pushing here is that I highly recommend that most people who are inexperienced in evocation to start with elementals for various reasons. And then once you get the hang of elementals, moving to the next level will make that next level so much easier, because all these spirits that are born out of the terrestrial plane are composed of the elements, which means all of the spirits up to the goetic level. So that's ancestral spirits, elemental spirits, goetic spirits, and the Shemham spirits. These are all composed of the elements. And then you've got the planetary spirits whose influences are combined with elemental influences and also archetypal influences. So now they're sharing, they're at the middle, they're at the crux that combines consciousness and matter, basically. So here's where we're talking about archangels. Here's where we're talking about the Olympian spirits. Here's where we're talking about planetary spirits, Kabbalistic spirits. These are entities that are pretty much 50-50, half consciousness, half matter. So that half of their influence is from elementals, but the other half is something that is extraterrestrial. And that's what this first course is going to cover. Those entities that are closely related to you personally. Elementals, ancestors, spirit guides and spirit animals, ascended masters, relatives. So it isn't just demons. There's a whole plethora of spirits.
And once you know their categories too, I mean, let's go back to those kingdoms or those categories, right? Of like elementals, angels, archangels, all of that. You'll know which ones to summon and when, and how to create your own combinations of them. So you'll be able to get specific and stay broad. I mean, there's a whole, that's the thing with spirits, is that they're like humans. We're all interconnected. So, all right, I'm not going to spill no beans, but you know, like there's so much to learn from all of these categories here that will benefit you in your practice in every way. You just have to get over that hump of understanding what they are and how they work in this system that we call the universe. Yes. It's like being given a power tool. You can't just go around just like, you know, drilling holes in the wall and shit like that if you don't know where you're aiming or how to use this thing or anything like that. You want to proceed with caution.
Right. And then simply, what's up, KP?
What's up? I was gonna ask, are there multiple ways you're showing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm going so far as to not just show multiple ways that I do it, but I've got other people sharing how they do it as well. So other experienced occultists, witches, magicians that I've worked with over the years, I've asked a few people to contribute as well. So I did that because I don't want this to be me telling you what I do. Like, I'm laying a foundation that is that can be applied generally, not my opinion, but like, just like with NLP stuff, instead of me saying this is an evil demon, this is a good demon, I put it in a perspective of how to identify what's useful and what's appropriate versus useless and inappropriate. That's not my opinion. That's just the way it is. Is this useless or is this appropriate? And then, yeah, like moving forward to like the Goetia and egregores, I've got other people who have also worked with these spirits for years, sharing their methods. So what I'm showing basically is that, yes, have a foundation, but also understand that different people do it different ways. Delicious. How you been, KP?
Good. Can't complain. Can't complain.
Trav, you got me thinking about you said some entities are half elemental influence and half consciousness. Now you get like, fuck, I'm about to say for the course, but you just gave a major spark.
I can't help it. That's all I got. I got a bag full of gems. I thoroughly lay down a foundation. You can't miss it. I don't care how new you are. I don't care if you're still a Christian and you're trying to transition. I lay down such a thorough foundation in this course. Like, you can't fail as long as you pay attention to what I'm talking about and you practice it in your own way. You can't miss. That's why I'm so confident and proud in this course.
So in particularly with the elementals, but because obviously they're at the foundation of everything else, you could look at it like an orchestra with a wind section, a string section, percussion, brass, and start conducting symphonies of different energies that complement and contrast one another in order to specify more complex results.
Useful ingredients to create your own.
Why some angels are called the choirs.
Oh, okay. Symphonies and orchestras and choirs. Vibrations, resonance, frequency.
This be why the cliffothic entities all have a musical note assigned to them.
And all the paths of the tree.
You're saying I create a type of sigil using an instrument and playing those musical notes and incarnating something down the tree?
I like a bit of improv jazz from time to time, you know.
Jazz is cliff off music.
I'm ready to sign up.
Cool. I've officially opened the doors for the pre-sale. If you get it now during the pre-sale, which will be going on until Thursday. Thursday is when the class starts. But if you get the pre-sale, then you'll be included in the mastermind group, and you'll also get access to my 10K meditation and 50% off the Goetia class when it's ready. But these specials only exist for the next 7 days. After that, no more specials. So I would suggest, if you're going to take this class, to go ahead and sign up under the pre-sale. That way you can be a part of the mastermind group. So we can have our private conversations and you can ask questions directly to me and I'll answer them directly to you. Not to mention, you'll have a group of people who are also doing the same work that you're doing to be able to share your experiences and to compare notes and things of that nature. Good stuff. Good stuff. And we're going to be doing this for quite a while. Quite a while. So yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait for you guys to see what we have in store. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to do with it. Because look, like I said, a lot of these entities have evolved. Many of them have changed positions. Some of them have left. New ones have entered the building. So there's a lot of room for creativity right now. The ones who are going to do the lasting work, the ones who are going to build the framework of tomorrow, are going to be the ones who understand the fundamentals. All these people that are still on the old ways, they're going to eventually learn it just ain't working no more. Remember how on the older videos, Bobby Hammett used to talk about how, well, they give you all these grimoires because the magic in them don't work anymore. Mm-hmm. It's my belief that what he was trying to say is that these things have evolved and changed since those books were written. I now fully understand what he meant by that. Magic is a living thing. It's not a constant, dead, static thing. It evolves with humanity. And when I say evolves, I mean it moves through time. It moves through space. We don't live in the same world as the people who wrote those grimoires.
Carved them clay tablets.
Carved in clay tablets because they didn't have books. Those same spirits and entities, yes, they still exist, but they have changed since then. They have changed since then. I mean, you guys watch TV. You remember that show, American Gods? The old gods who still live and survive, their roles changed.
Yes, that's true. And the new ones kind of bore.
Right. So as Gareth Knight said, rest in peace. It's up to us to assist these elementals into evolution. Like, we literally create gods. Like, people don't understand. Like, we've known that. That's been a gem that's been dropped on us a long time ago. Man creates God in his own image, but nobody really understands how. It's more at the root of it. Yes, it is fantasy. It is make believe. It is imagination, because, you know, we've created the Marvel universe, the DC universe. We didn't, but somebody did. Some other occultist did. Well, that process isn't over. Now, what makes now so important is now is the time for creating the next level of gods. This is why you're seeing all these type of movies come out and TV shows. And this is why all these people are starting to get into spirituality. More and more people are going to be getting into spirituality over the coming months and years. It's because Prakriti needs new forms to release all that pent up magic, like a volcano ready to burst. But that process would be very difficult with incompetent humans, with people who don't know what they're doing. And people running around are scared of the demiurge. Like, think about this now. All these people talking about how evil the demiurge are. They're creating a new devil for themselves. Why do that? Because you have unsolved ego issues. Why would I use my power to create an enemy for myself that is more powerful than me? Not with the intention of me getting stronger, but because I'm still scared. What sense does that make? Is that useful?
Every devil, no matter the face, is always just so happens to be Lord of Matter, the thing they need to be.
The Lord of Matter, the thing that they need to be. So when we learn what the Lord of Matter is, when we come face to face with it, we term it the devil and we get scared. That time is up. I think even the devil's tired of being the devil. The most ancient text. There you go. The most ancient text talks about how Tiamat was slain by the new gods of the time. And there will come a time where she wakes up again to reconsume her children. Well, here we are. The religion of the Goes, the practice of the Goes, is a goddess, an ancient goddess religion. And we're talking about the dark feminine. That's why they say that Isis is the heart of magic. The black goddess. Because we're dealing with Bina.
So, Trevor, are you saying it's not a physical world thing that the black woman is God, but an actual metaphysical concept that we would get by studying something like Kabbalah?
By studying, you mean by sitting still and focusing on a few words at a time? It's easier to just let somebody tell me what to believe.
Will you suspend students that use magic on each other?
Say that again?
Would you suspend students that use spirits on each other?
I think so. No. Maybe I'm a bit hopeful, but I don't think anybody would be doing that.
I read something in a Michael Ford book the other day. He said, if you're out here cursing people, then it's your character that should be evaluated and not the people you're cursing.
Oh, it's powerful.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful. This has been a beautiful session and a pattern changing one. So I'm looking forward to working with all you guys and girls. So I'm going to step off now, but I guess I'll see you all next week or whenever. I'll sign up and wait to hear any more news.
Awesome, awesome.
All right.
Good to have you.
Peace, peace, everybody.
Peace, Annie.
Peace.
Have a great weekend.
Enjoy your day. Jeez Louise, imagine having the power to create gods, and the first thing you do is start to create devils that are out to hurt you and get you. Space vampires out to eat your melanin. That's what you decide to create. And they have a right to get online complaining about it. And blaming strangers. See, y'all, this is what they doing to us. That has to come to an end. That has to come to an end.
Man, that's a pattern of Prakriti. May never stop. As long as there is humans, there's probably a code caked into it.
There's also a code for a portion of those humans to come out of that nonsense and to step into some common sense. Not as many, but definitely a percentage.
Trav, are you saying that I could work with your image as a savior entity?
I'm saying that we do these kind of things all the time. Those of us who work with spirits and aspire to are already doing things like that. We just haven't codified it in our head properly yet.
You give an example?
Well, I have a brother who, what's the name of that New York group? And they're getting really, really popular. Boom, 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 boom.
I know you're talking about West Side Gunner, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They're from Buffalo, New York.
Okay, thank you. Those guys, for example, my brother loves them, right? Every time they come out with a piece of merch, he's one of the first people to buy it. He knows all their songs. He knows their history. To him, he hears that music and he sees their images, and it brings out within him a certain state, which enables him to feel a certain way. And when you feel a certain way, you perform a certain way. That's literally the same thing as accessing a deity, just in human form. Because people who go to church do the same thing with Jesus.
Might be some good technology if you want to run for a political office on a nationwide scale.
How many people idolize Trump? Still.
I wonder if that would be something you would have to sort out in your category matrix.
Almost forgot about that. Not really. So what I'm saying is that we have relationships of all types, but see, there's levels of understanding when it comes to relationships. Either the understanding is very distilled and detailed, or the understanding is general and oblique. If the understanding is general, we don't put any special emphasis on anything. We just have relationships with everything and think nothing of it. But when you start getting specific with your categories of relationships, you can see into the archetypal level of these relationships, right? So not only is Donald Trump a president of the United States, to many people, he represents a more personal category, something they could really believe in. Obama was a symbol that people could believe in. People were doing different things based on the fact that he got voted into office, right? Or any example you want to use of somebody that you may idolize or look up to or learn from or gain any kind of influence from, positive or negative. If you can understand the archetypal significance of that relationship, you're working with the spirit of the relationship. Does that make sense?
Force.
Yep.
As opposed to the form.
So what can you do with that information? Well, you can inadvertently influence those very individuals. Because think about it. If they represent that to you, then that means that they are pulling from a particular source pattern. And if you work directly with that source pattern, you now influence their behavior towards you. Maestro mentioned earlier how Rudra was trained by Vishnu, right? At some point, in order to become refined and become Shiva. And I laughed and he asked, you know what? And I said that I know in my head, I kind of categorize people into one of those three roles: Vishnu, Brahma, or Shiva. So how would I do that? Well, based on the relationship that they have to me. There's only 3 different relationships that can be had. So I'm able to put everyone into those categories.
Sattvic, Rajasic, or Tamasic.
There we go. And also understanding that those categories can change. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. What in the chat says about Trump? He's also a rich guy archetype, right? So if we were to look at the tree of life, what sphere could he represent?
I wonder if it's blue.
I wonder if it's blue.
It's blue. Blue, blue.
Happy birthday, Hecate.
Well, thank you, darling. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Hekate's birthday. Hey.
Happy birthday.
Thanks. Saji's coming.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
I'm turning 16, okay? 16, please. 16. Thank you. Thank you for asking. 16.
Go to your
Yeah.
quince.
Quinceañera.
Exactly. Now I'm reversing the time.
Hey.
I know, Travis. You're in the same age. I know.
Hey man, I've been 25 for like 3 years now. So
Forever you will be 25.
yeah, dude.
honey.
Exactly, man. Once you reach Magus, your age stops.
Right. It's like getting bitten by a vampire
That's right.
Mhm.
over the internet.
Ugh.
Let me stop before they make another Facebook group.
But the Magus Society is an order of archons. They
I
are
mean,
growing.
Yeah. We're setting up the new gods. You can rightfully call us archons. That's what I pulled out of cassette.
Okay.
Then I got the Bina and decided to turn my ass around. Because that was not a comfortable experience. That shit was not cool.
Dude, we're not even, I'm not gonna say supposed to, but we're not apt to be there that long.
No, we're not. I literally couldn't tell if this entity was like trying to eat my thoughts and take over my body, or if I was trying to do that to it. It was getting real strange. I was happy to come back down to earth. But I'll do it again. Just not today.
Just to figure out the answer.
I don't think that either of my options were correct. I think it's actually something more. I'm not ready to understand just yet. And I'm mature enough to admit that. I encountered an entity that I did not understand.
That supernal triad sounds like something else.
Yeah. I got plenty of time to figure it out.
Well,
No.
you say you gotta go outside and smoke a black and mild after that, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It was fucking cool, dude. It was cool. Like I understand now what Crowley and Jack Parsons and people like that, where they had these houses because they got together, they entered the same mental space, and using their training of having a mature mindset, they were able to evoke specific entities, and everyone was able to channel that entity. And with an entity to have that many vessels to communicate through, you're able to get a multifaceted message. So I was able to enter into this space with a partner of mine, and we evoked this entity into physical manifestation, and we kind of took turns channeling through it. But yeah, it's quite an experience. Left me with a lot to consider.
Sorry. That was me sneezing out the entity's leftover sludge.
Sludge, the black sun. It taught us about the black sun. And okay, so we think about the sun being the Messiah and the Savior, and the sun is beneficial and it shines on everyone, right? We love the sun, we worship the sun, we praise the sun. But there's a group of people who worship the black sun, right? Now, the thing is, the sun has different phases. There's the rising sun, which is the dawn. There's the setting sun, which is the dusk. There's the high sun, which can be good or it can be scorching the earth to nothingness. There's also the midnight sun, the black sun, the sun that does not rise. Now, there are people who are stuck worshiping a sun that has not risen. So this case, you can think about, let's say, certain people who are involved with the church, always praying and begging Jesus just to save them from their situation, and he never comes. Yet they continue feeding energy to that source. They continue feeding all their life force to the black hole, because the other three phases of the sun gives, but that black hole sun takes everything you've got. It consumes human essence. So there's some people that think a certain group of people are associated with worshiping Saturn, the black sun, black cube. And these same people also don't believe that the Messiah has risen. Coincidence? Hell no. There are people who are powered by the black sun, just like there are people who are powered by Tifereth. This is what she taught me.
So it's not melanin.
Maybe it is. Melanin's just a word, so we can apply it to anything we want.
Oh, Trav, you just opened up a whole door. Now all the Goetia, all the Shem angels, all the archons, they're melanin. And that's gonna get me to finally start doing rituals.
Such a nice thing to do.
I want to Bobby him and try to do the same thing all those years ago.
Mm-hmm. Stuff Dizzle.
Yes, sir.
Happy birthday, Stuff Dizzle.
Man, I appreciate that, bro.
Hey, what the hell?
Appreciate that,
Birthday
man.
week.
Yay!
Birthday.
Anybody else?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, man. It's been interesting. I didn't take any calls or well wishes on my birthday, so I was radio silent. I wanted to just gather all of that juice for myself and didn't disperse it in random like birthday things that people just do just arbitrarily. But I know that y'all don't mean it like that, so I appreciate it.
Trev, you just made something clear. In a lot of grimoires, it'll have solar entities, and it'll say, "We'll teach you the auguries of the sun," or like the signs and omens of the sun. And I'm always like, "What the hell? Why would you need that?" But you just brought up the 4 phases, and through at least knowing one of them, you could probably infer the other 3.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And the black sun exists simultaneously because it's the sun that never rose. It's juxtaposed. It's in superposition. It's there, but it's not there. The same exact way that you can't have a tree with Kether and Doth at the same time. You can only be in one system. You can't have both at the same time. When dealing directly with this black sun, Doth is in place of Kether because you're inside of it still. Kether's only at the top of the tree when you're beyond Doth. I got a diagram for you. I'll be right back. I drew this in the middle of that trip. Ooh, it made sense.
Damn.
I got a song for you, like the here go. Good fuck.
But here you go.
Drum roll.
Rick. Ow. Letting it all hang out. Oh, she's a brick. Oh, my microphone's still on. Tee-hee. Okay, check this out. So I got a diagram here, the tree of life. And what I found was that when you go up the tree, you come across. Oh no. You go up the tree and you hit this barrier of Doth. But what we also know is that if we go below Malkuth, we hit the Clipoth. Now, how can that be? How can it be that the Clipoth is in the abyss as well as underneath Malkuth?
Yeah.
Well, here's why. Because we are within the sphere of Doth. We're inside of it. That's a black sphere. So no matter what direction we go, we're going to hit the barrier. Up, down, left, or right. We're engulfed in it. That's what the serpent that's swallowing its tail represents. Because even Doth can't escape itself. It is literally a black hole that we're stuck in. It's only once you escape that black hole that you reach the spheres of the upper triad. But everything that's within Doth is within Doth.
Fuck.
So what I put at the bottom was it's not, what does it say? It's not two barriers. It's one sphere. It's not two barriers. It's one sphere. So that this black circle, this is the abyss. The seven spheres of the tree, the seven spheres are deep within the abyss, the same way that the planets are deep within space, and we are light years from anything else. We're inside the belly of the beast.
Thank you for answering that question. Okay.
Now, this beast it's conscious, but in a different way. It's not conscious like humans are conscious. It has its own type of consciousness, and it cannot figure out how to escape either.
Mm-hmm.
It told me this personally.
It's like it's almost like look like Tiamat or the almost like you've been studying the flat earth kind of that looks like the earth, the flat earth map with the ice wall, and those are like the continents in the middle.
Now,
like
see, I was going to save that for a couple more months, but since you go ahead and bring it out.
Not bad.
I can't keep any beans in this chat.
No.
No beans. All beans get spilled.
I apologize, man. It's just where our mind go, man. We can't help it. I mean, you can't get on here and talk to us, man. And like, come on, bro. Disrespectful, Trav. No, I'm joking. No. Go ahead.
I love it. The presence of this thing was just, I literally felt it expand and engulf me, and it was very uncomfortable. Because, whenever you're in that state, sometimes you're not sure if you're ever going to come out of it. At least me. But I maintained my frame and held my intention. It wasn't for self-preservation. It was to learn. I didn't care if I survived. I needed to know what it had for me. It mentioned that a lot of us have our mental body diseased with doubt. A mental body diseased with doubt. That's how this thing sees us. From its angle, looking down at us, it sees a bunch of sickly beings with doubt and disbelief in themselves.
And that's why we keep coming back.
That's why we keep coming back.
So you got the answer for certain questions I have.
Is that the counter thought in all the Vedic books we are reading?
Thought and counter thought, yes. And the fact that all this information is coming out in a way that I can understand it and that other people can understand it tells me that things are definitely changing. I don't think that anyone deals with this level of entities unless the structure that's currently at play is changing. I don't know if these entities are, maybe just close to where other people can see them too, but I think that they do make their appearances every couple of 100 years or so.
Maybe it's because they turn CERN on.
Or maybe it influenced them to turn CERN on.
What if CERN is the incarnation of one of these entities?
Oh my.
It definitely is. I mean, they got it all out there. You look at it, I mean, they got all of the symbolism.
Interesting. This is pretty interesting. This is a very interesting things. Very interesting.
Lotus O'Drake, peace. Lotus O'Drake says light bends and shatters past the barrier. Yes. If it's this illusion type light that we're thinking of, the only light that crosses that barrier is the pure will to survive. I'm telling you, that's a flavor of light. That's a flavor of frequency right there. That's one of the few frequencies that exists already beyond the barrier. The reason that we can't get past the barrier is because we haven't recognized that we are not in it. We think we're in it still, and we believe in everything that is that we think is us. We believe in that. But it isn't until the point that we refine ourselves. This is why they talk about these 7 stages of alchemy. What do you think comes out at the end of that? They talk about a soul comes out at the end of the 7-phase process of alchemy. Well, what do you think happens if you refine yourself and you get past all the shadow work stuff, all the fear, anything that's holding you back mentally and emotionally? What remains but the pure will? I saw Black Adam, which I thought was an excellent movie on that same day, mind you. And I found that the actual hero of that movie was Hawkman. He was actually the Tifereth aspect of that movie. And what he represented was that pure will to survive. Yeah, he kept getting knocked across the movie, but he never stayed down. That represented the pure will to overcome everything. And until one finds that within themselves, they're going to believe that they're a part of this reality. When you find that part of yourself, then you start to realize that that part doesn't belong inside of this place. It belongs outside of it. And at that point, when you truly realize that, you connect those 2 dots. The Atman and the Jivatman. Big God, little.
Are you saying that with the shadow work, right? And this is just a thought that's coming from your words here, that we could mix and amalgamate all the stuff we need to work on into different entities, categorize them, banish them, and in their place, being that nature abhors a void, we can invoke the appropriate aspect to replace what we just banished.
The refined and harmonized aspect of it.
Yep.
Because the thing is, right now, before that point, we weren't able to see the aspect of ourselves that was incorrect. Most people cannot see where they're incorrect. That's why shadow work is so hard. We can't see it. But once you're able to identify it, the function of observing it in the first place starts to change it. Like, you might not realize that you pick your nose all the time and eat your boogers, right? As a kid, you might not realize you do that until somebody points it out. Maybe makes you feel a bit shameful about it. At that point, you stop doing it. Unless you just like the taste. Yuck.
There was a dude I knew, and everyone said he did that, and I didn't believe them until like years later. I saw him walking by himself, and then he fished out a big one and chowed down.
Fished out a big one. Fished out a big one.
He went digging. No, I said more than digging. That was the fish.
That sucks.
That's the microcosm function of the abyss. Taking what's not useful and appropriate and putting it through the bowels of Set. Why it expressed itself that way, I'll never know.
Oh, Lord.
And seeing that dude pick his nose was probably worse for him, man, to have a nose to have to be picked all the damn time.
Different perspective. Nose beans. So we're talking about beans and bina. I wonder if there's a connection here. Spilling the beans.
Well, they are seeds. That reminds me of this kind of correlation we got with Bina, Akash, and how they both deal with potential. They both deal with bejas or seeds. Maybe we don't have, if we don't have a mantra or N for an entity, we could just use the corresponding Bij mantra for their planet or for their element.
Eesh. That's that top with shooty info.
Yes, yes. Very potent book.
I hope they got it. I really do. Mars Champion says, when you become aware of the programs that run without your awareness. Right, right.
The RAM. And that's what we got to do. There's a bunch of programs running and eventually starts messing up the computer, clogging up the RAM. We got to go in there, press the clear button.
Fished out a big one. That's horrible.
That's the closest English words that I can use to describe what I saw.
Peace to you, Patchwork. Thank you so much.
I mean, that's what we do with this information. We go up to a certain level and fish out chunks of information.
Yes. And sometimes we have to go into the cosmic porta potty. I mean, you literally have to cross that is the abyss. And all that 10,000 things that Bina has that only 10 can cross, where do you think all those others go? So one of the dangers of working with the clip-off is that you might get stuck in some information that you think is relevant, but is really just a waste of your energy. And you have just become food to some sleeping ancient entity.
Those two doors on the side of the abyss.
Damn, man. Damn.
I mean, you're giving it life, and nature itself has deemed this thing useless, but you are bringing it back to life. You are doing that. So it's no wonder that they say the clip-off is dangerous, because it is filled with entities and intelligences that do not serve a useful or efficient purpose in today's reality. But to dig them back out, that's your responsibility. You brought that thing back. And if it feasts upon your attention or something else, then you know that's literally your karma because you initiated it, you engaged that relationship.
Yeah, bro. And it can take you pretty deep too, man. I ended up in California in what some would deem a mental institution for 3 months when I first started.
Whoa. Really?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, yeah.
It's not a game. It's not a game.
It's not a game. It's not a game. I'm just being honest. It's not a game. And then the second time was 2 months. So yeah, it was twice. Twice I ended up out in California. So yeah, it's not a game. I will say from personal experience, and that is not a joke. That is the truth, and and the truth will set you free.
Mm-hmm. Now, granted, if you come through that, you still go through that refinement process, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, that's more of the that's playing on hard mode.
Yeah, man, I told y'all I picked this up before anything else. And that was why I kind of put it down and went to the light side for a minute. Cause yeah, I mean, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Like, you know, it exacerbated things that was already there. You know what I mean? Brain injury, things like that. But it hadn't reared its head until I kind of pulled the cork out of this. And then it was like everything just started like shooting like lasers all around. And I ended up out there and explaining to people my experience. And you know, she was pretty cool as far as her understanding of, you know, what I was going through. Cause I didn't have any like kind of like, what's the word? I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Mm-hmm.
I should say, you know what I'm saying? And when I was explaining it to my to one of my therapists out there when I was out in Cali, because it was a team of them. That's what I did. I went out there to do mental work, and she had experience with this. And one of the guys that she brought in was a he was a shaman from his pops was a shaman, and he was like a doctor, but he had came from a shaman, and he was like talking to me about, you know, this experience or whatever, and they both was like, yeah, that's not mental illness, that's like a spiritual experience that you went to. And I just didn't have like I said, I didn't have any kind of reference. You know, I kind of just like I say, I just kind of opened the book, flipped the pages, you know, read a little bit, and, you know, I dove straight in, which is what I do all the time. I'm like Indiana Jones when it comes to stuff. But yeah, man, it's like you said, I went on hard. I do everything on hard mode. You know what I'm saying? I don't do anything on easy mode. And yeah, I live to tell the tale, man. But it took some work, man. And I'll bring my wife up here right now, and I'll just tell her, man, tell them about Cali, and she'll be like, yeah, Cali is second home.
Interesting name there, Cali.
Straight up. Destruction, bro. I came out a whole nother person, bro. Like, and my wife, like, she had to, like, you know, Trav, she's into it now and stuff, and she had to do those things because I changed, and there was no going back for me. So she said if there was any kind of problems or anything, she knew it would be her, because I just was not the same when I came back. You know, it was, you know, that was a whole transformation. And, you know, I died and was reborn like the Phoenix, man. And I'm killing myself all the time and reborn, you know, never the same.
think it was Gareth Knight who said, once you go to those specific levels, like you don't come back the same, or what comes back isn't the same.
Right.
Mhm. It changes you, bro. It really does, man. And it's like, it was scary, man, at the time, like I said, because I didn't have any reference point, man. And it took me real deep, you know. And it was like on autopilot. Once I once I looked at it, it turned around and was like, oh, you can see me? And then it was over. You know what I'm saying? It was over then, you know, and it was just coming full force in me like dragon's breath, man. And I just couldn't handle it, man. So I needed some help, like for real. And I did that shit twice. Like that shit made me burn my retinas out looking at the fucking eclipse, dude. I burnt my fucking retinas out, G. I looked at the eclipse for an hour.
The black sun, man. That's the black.
I had to see it, man. I had to see what it was, man. I was willing to risk my sight to fucking see it. Oh, man. And I saw it. Oh, my God. I saw it. But yeah, I had the eye of the tiger for a whole year. I literally went blind out of my acute vision for a year. Like if I was looking at your face, I couldn't see your face. It was like a blank. And that started to fuck with me too, because it was like, damn, what is reality? You know, because I couldn't see my wife. I couldn't see my son. And it was like straight at first. But after about 5 or 6 months, I got sad as fuck because I'm like, damn, I can't see the people that I love. Like if I was to like want to see my wife, I would have to look to the left of her. Like it was fucked up, man. It was freaky as shit. And in that void that my acute vision was missing, you seen Bob Ross when he Bob Ross, the painter with the afro, the real nice painter dude, how he draws a landscape, and he makes the birds like almost like the swooshes, like, you know, as one swoosh going down to a point and then the other swoosh coming up, almost like a stick bird. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what it looked like in my acute vision. And it was like a flock of those, and they were just flapping up and down. And I called it the eye of the tiger. But it was a crazy experience, man. But like, that was like one of the things that like sent me out to like Cali. Was like I was doing destructive shit, bro. Like when I opened the door to this, it was like fucking like crazy shit that like I lost. I'm not even gonna lie. I lost touch with reality.
Mm-hmm.
And it was easy to be tempted, I should say. You know what I'm saying? So I'll leave it at that, man. I don't want to take up the airways, but it was a real like literally eye-open experience.
Steph, I'm glad you had this transcendental experience, but I gotta let you know. You know that all you had to do was get like one of those paper towel, like for like toilet paper, you know, like one of those holders, and then put like a little film in there, and you'd be able to see.
Nah, Laura. Nah, Laura. It wasn't. You don't even understand. Like I knew I could have got eclipse glasses. I mean, everybody was telling me that because I told everybody what the fuck I was gonna do. It was a ritual. Like it was literally a ritual. I told everybody what the fuck I was gonna do, and everybody was like, "Man, do not do that." And I was like, "I'll be all right." I was on some God shit. You know what I'm saying? I literally was like on some God shit, and I was like, "No, I'm gonna be all right," but I'm gonna see what the fuck the sun is. And I was like in my back, and this shit is crazy because I was in fucking Texas.
Oh, man.
Oh, God damn.
Texas sun.
Rahu Tritaka.
Oh, man. Hey, and this was, you know, that big eclipse that we had, that was it like 4 years ago?
Yes.
Like 4 years ago. Yeah. But yeah, man, I was out there, bro, and I had this whole thing going with like the sun was the fire, and I had a bucket of water, and I had said all of my, I had, like I said, it was a
Damn,
ritual.
bro.
It was a ritual, you know what I'm saying? It was like, you know, and I had my stuff out, like my stuff written out, and I said it, and I set it on fire and put the ashes in the water, and then I put my shades on, like that was gonna do something.
That was a good fucking night to do these rituals too.
Say that again.
That was a good night to do rituals too, but you got it really good.
Man, I'm gonna tell you,
You got it on the
Kate,
fucking
thought I
real
was
good night, bro.
I thought I was straight Hecate because I did that, like I said. And like I said, I looked at that shit for like an hour, man. I just was like in praise mode and praising the sun and looking at it because I wanted to see right when it closed up what the fuck that light is coming from. Because I know it's a source that we just can't see because of the corona. And so I'm like, man, I'm going to see this shit. I'm going to see what the fuck this shit is. I'm going to see it. And anything that I put over my eyes, some kind of film or anything in my mind was going to block me from seeing the shit. That was in my mind now. So
It's like the movie Nope.
yeah, nope. I should have been like, nope, hell no, don't look up. But I did, bro. I did. And yeah, that was like I said, about a year, and it was about a year and a half probably before my vision got like back right. And it still ain't 100%. I mean, I can still, like, if I close my eyes, I can still see that point that I used to see, like it's still there. You know what I'm saying? But
Have you tried doing like, because I know you did Chirtaka, but have you tried doing like Cheetah Kasha Dharana?
no, I have not.
So I feel like you could use that as like a permanent access point for
Oh, you
scrying.
talking about using the eye of the tiger? Yeah, bro. That's the thing. Like for me, like I turned that into a whole thing. Like I had to because it was there. It was like it was there. So it was like it had to turn into something positive because if I didn't, I'd have been walking around sad I was blind. You know what I'm saying? So I had to turn it into something. So yeah, if that's what the Cheetah Kasha Dharana is, like that being like my access point, my focal point, yeah, that's been my focal point for a long time because it's there. It's easy to look at, you know, it's right in the middle of my shit.
I'm just glad you came back, my brother, and you ain't go back to religion or some shit. Because a lot of times when people have these experiences, they run back to the church or some shit.
Oh, bro,
I'm
you don't
glad you
even know
came back.
me. You don't know me,
seem pretty
bro.
damn coherent to me. So, hey, man, that was a
Some
very
shit
powerful
to tell
testimony,
us, bro.
man. That shit inspired me.
Yeah.
Hey,
Go to
hey
the
man, I
pastor.
ain't
Go ahead.
the church, I mean, it's I'm gonna go wherever I'm gonna find light, bro. I ain't gonna even lie. And if that was light in the church and somebody showed me where it was, I'll be right back in the pews. So that was the same thing as looking at the sun and doing anything else, man. You know, I'm trying to get light, and I really don't care where that shines. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any ego about it, bro. I'm just trying to receive light. That's all. And nah, the going backwards ain't an option. Ain't ever been an option for me. If you knew anything about me or my background, you would know, bro. I'm a soldier. So yeah, that I don't get scared. Like, but as far as like, man, when my eyes went crazy, when I was losing it and stuff, that was some like it shakes you, bro. It's a crazy experience once you open the door really to this stuff, man. And I would just caution, you know, people, you know, when you do start, you know, just proceed with, you know, with caution, like they said, find something that's gonna be like equitable to you, or you know. So yeah.
So let me ask you
Shut up.
something.
Now
Oh, go
that you
ahead.
had that experience, what would you do different this time? And would you ever come back with it to find what you're looking for?
You mean would I ever look at the sun again?
Yeah.
100%, yes.
Okay.
Hell yeah, I do. Man, everything that I did then brought me to where I am, and where I am is a pretty powerful place. So, man, everything I done did, as crazy as that shit I do it again, and then I probably do it again. Pain is sometimes a prerequisite. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is, and that's how I look at it. So I've never been a stranger to, pain. I played sports my whole life, so that's kind of part of the course. So yeah, I do it again, and yeah, I found what I was looking for. 100%, I found what I was looking for. It didn't manifest itself to me in the moment because, like I said, I was kind of lamenting my sight.
Yeah.
But afterwards, after I kind of like settled into that mode and stuff, then it kind of was able to, I guess, communicate, because I did open up a line in doing what it asked me to do and blinded my goddamn self, I guess. It was like, oh yeah, you ready, let's go. So yeah, and it's been it's been interesting ever since, you know what I mean? But yeah, that thing is very active in my life,
Yeah.
very active.
Yeah, that sounds like some Sith sorcery.
Shit, man. This is like the fucking greatest magicians in this group. Fuck this shit. Some stories to tell, motherfuckers. Damn.
I done did some crazy shit at Kate. Some of the stuff I won't even say.
You sound like me, like a skydiving again, man. Do skydiving over again, homie.
Yeah, just jump out the plane, man. Somebody throw the parachute, I'm gonna jump out for it. I'm gonna try to grab it on my way down. But yeah, man, that was a very interesting couple of years, to say the least. And put a lot of stress on my family too, and that was not good at all. Put it like I said, I had to leave. The first time my son was 2, and I was gone for 3 months. And the second time he was 6, and I was gone for 2 months.
Yeah.
And I can't say that I won't go again, because like from what I did, for what I used to do, it kind of, is part of the course of having to deal with chemical imbalances in the brain and stuff like that. So I'm always adjusting and trying to adjust. That's why I'm saying I'm always like transforming, because my brain, I'm always trying to catch up with what's going on up there automatically. A lot of brain injuries I've had. And so just trying to deal with that and figure out some of the phenomena that happened in my life that is unexplainable, leads me kind of to do unsanctioned shit.
Yeah.
The best way for me to describe it.
Unauthorized.
Yeah, man. So my family think I worship the devil, but I guess that's part of the course too.
Yeah.
Close as possible as they could comprehend.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they don't fuck with me too much, man. I hadn't seen my folks in a long time. They don't come to me and I don't go to them, bro. I don't simp out like that. I'm like, yo, you got to give to get. So I don't see them that often, but yeah, man, it's interesting life I live, man. Interesting life.
Mm.
The tests that hone and distill that will. After experiences like that, I mean, you can't go back to who you were.
What
I
about
think
yours,
that's the
Travis?
closest we could get to hell. It's like we experience something so much more profound than whatever our personal narrative was, and then we try to go back. Like it's just automatic discontent. You're not meant to be there, and at that point, matter itself will work against you to push you out.
Yeah, the way I described it is like what it like that's the way it felt. It was like, oh, you doing this? Oh, let's fuck with him. Because it was like, you see me? You know, so that's why I say it's almost impossible. Like you say, it's impossible to go back because whatever it is fucks with you. So, you know, I think people that do go back is still getting fucked with by it. You know what I'm saying? They just going back to try to stop the voices per se. But man, once you open it up, man, and really do it, like, cause I mean, there's people out there playing and shit like that, you know, but once you really open it up, and I'm not saying it's gonna make people do fucked up shit like I do. That's just my personality, man. I'm an extremist. You know what I'm saying? But it might you need discernment. That's end of discussion. Discernment.
Discernment.
So he went through his own 30-second path.
Right. We had a good discussion about that. Wow, 30-second path. 32 matches in this matchbook. Oh, Alora left, but I meant to say it. So she has wonderful techniques of working with spirits in the astral plane. And I tried a few of her techniques, and I instantly had this extreme dream with so many different fire elementals everywhere. Like it was crazy. I don't know how y'all do it, Hecate and Alora, but those two ladies know how to tap into that astral plane.
Oh yeah, definitely. Perseverancia, we call it in Spanish, and meditation. Focus on exactly what you're looking for in there, and once you are there, don't run away from it. Just stick around it. You know, for example, like I know I want to share a little bit of this one when I do with Hecate. I'm not going to say much, but like, for example, if I wanted to communicate with her and have like a quickly results, you literally wanted to do something like, you know, very typical type of thing. Like, you know how people say when you are with Hecate, you want to do like some kind of cooking, right? So you want to cook, you want to make a dinner, or you want to do something around it. So it's not just making the cooking. While you're doing the cooking, you put in the thoughts in that meal.
Mm-hmm.
You put in all the energy have to be in there. That's not just putting a bunch of potatoes, a bunch of meat, a bunch of like, what is it that people put in there, like cinnamons. It's not that. It's not just putting things in there just like that. It's you putting the thoughts in that cooking, and the steaming of that meal is literally what you are calling on her. So literally you will get results from it. Like either the most common thing that I see is the dogs. Like I don't have dogs, but everybody around here, they have dogs. The dogs start barking. And I was like, all right, so if I hear those dogs barking, then that means she's around. So I expect that then the dogs react. You know what I mean? Or either in the nighttime when you are If you don't see anything with the dogs, you probably while you're sleeping, don't completely sleep, stick around and do the astral room, and you literally will see her instantly in the area. You know what I mean? It's just certain things that you put too much of thoughts and not giving up on the situation, that you will be able to see, that she's coming around. And again, don't stick around only for like one day. Do it like persistently, just like I'm doing with Boone, right? Like it's like a persistency thing, and I'm looking forward to see him again, and again and again, and that's how the spiritual room works. But the key is you have to be active in that astral room. You have to, because that way you will know the differences between the dream and the astral room. The astral room is more intensive. The energy is way intensive compared to a dream. It's kind of cool. Yeah.
It'd be nice to maybe hear something about how to do that, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. That I will tell you that, but you have to sign in. So I'm not going to give all my diamonds, my friend. Hell no. Sign in first. I get you my diamonds. Coming for the Sagittarius.
Right on, right on. Do you guys enjoy guided meditations? Like, do you guys think that that's useful and appropriate?
I love
Definitely.
very much.
Love them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if the meditation new. You know what I mean?
Because I wanted this course to be very beginner focused. And when I say beginner focused, I mean like somebody who doesn't really know anything. They're just ready to learn. I want them to dive in and get the most value possible. So I like to start at the lower level and work my way up to people who are more advanced. And how could I also serve you guys? So I decided to put a lot of guided meditations into this course. I mean, a lot for me at least, but it's there's going to be a guided meditation that covers each type of spirit to work with. And yeah, I think that I certainly went into trance quite a few times just recording them. But yeah, if that is something that you find helpful, there's definitely going to be a lot of those as well.
Cool beans, man. I signed up already, bro.
Awesome. Welcome.
So next weekend, what day?
Thursday.
Okay, next Thursday. Gotcha.
And you're going to be a part of the mastermind group. So, we're going to be doing streams like this, but they're going to be private for the group itself. Because kind of like how we did for the inner light activation system, like I want to just gather a group of people who are like serious about doing this. And I like to see the evolution over time of what you learn, what you actually put into practice. And of course, as we know, that helps everybody in the group when we share. So yeah.
And it gets them excited and motivated too.
That too. Yeah. Very cool. Very exciting. I am looking forward to it.
How long does this one last, Trev?
How long will what last?
How long is this course?
So it's going to be open ended. Like the course itself is complete, but it's going to be open. You know what I mean? Like people will be able to join it next month and the month after.
Oh, okay. So it's like you go at your own pace kind of thing.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And so this course is going to focus entirely on spirits that are closer to the terrestrial plane. The next course is going to focus specifically on the Goetia and the Shemham angels. And then the third part of this course, which will be released later next year, is going to go into the science of creating your own entities and the legions.
Salvatore.
Yeah.
It's nice to keep it that structure because I personally I'm all over the place already too. So so I need to organize my stuff too in there. Absolutely.
That's the thing. Like, as you know, when you dive into these rabbit holes, like there's just so much information. Like I had to break it up into 3 because like I was trying to balance between people who have short attention spans, but also covering everything. You know what I mean? So I know everybody don't like to sit here for a 6-hour lecture. So I try to make the videos, try to keep them under 20 minutes, between 10 to 20 minutes each. But there's a lot of videos on a lot of different topics. But yeah, there's a lot of info. When I started diving into this goetic stuff and I started finding out these different keys that weren't talked about before, it's like I struck gold. It's like I struck oil. I just opened up a whole new paradigm. And the same thing goes for these elementals. I've always heard people mention elementals in these books, but I don't think I've seen a book that really went into detail on working with elementals. So like everything else, like I had to pull from multiple sources and put it together based off of these code words that they were saying. Thankfully, Franz Barton had us working with the elemental aspects of our personality, but we never thought of them as elemental spirits. These beings are intricately woven into our daily experience. Snacks says, what if we miss a session even though we already paid? So the class itself is go at your own pace. You can't miss it. You got the whole class available to you. But if you get this early bird introduction into the membership, then these sessions will be recorded, so you'll be able to watch them later. And then that's why I'm also doing the office hours. So in case the live streams happen at a time that you're not able to do it, with the office hours, you'll be able to connect with me at a different point.
This early bird special, is that only available today and for the whole day, or is it going to be cut at some time?
This is going on for the next 7 days until next Thursday.
Great. Okay.
And on that day, that's when the class actually opens up and everyone will have access to all the videos. So you can go at your own pace. But please, y'all, please don't just skip to the How to Summon Demons module. Go in order. Trust me, go in order. Don't just skip to the How to Summon Demons module. There's a lot that I put before that, and I structured it for a reason. If you just jump straight to the How to Summon Spirits, I mean, you can do that, but you're going to get the most out of this course if you actually take it from step 1 all the way down, because I'm going to break down what these entities actually are. I'm going to break down what kind of mindset that you can implement to have the best results. But if you just skip to the How to Summon Spirits part, you're going to miss out. I already know that even if I say that, people are going to do it anyways, but please go through the course in order. Trust me, go through it in order. If what you want to do is to work with spirits, go through the class in order. Don't skip.
That's hilarious that you gotta put a disclaimer out because you know this group. It's like, man, hey man, come on now. Do it right.
Do it right. I knew that was gonna happen before I started.
I think that was the whole question, right? That was the reason we got that you did it, right? So that was the burning question: how to summon demons.
Right. Don't skip. You will get so much more out of it if you take it in order. Because look, I didn't just record a bunch of videos of me sitting in front of the microphone and just slap it out there. This was intricately crafted. Okay. You saw the video from earlier today. The whole course is like that and even more. So there's little gems, tidbits, key phrases key concepts that have been littered and scattered throughout this course in order. So if you jump straight to the ritual stuff, you're going to miss all that.
That video you put out earlier, Trail, that looked like I was watching Discovery Channel. That was powerful, man. Very well crafted visuals. I like the words on the screen. And it ended in 1616. I wonder if that had anything to do with anything either. That's 7-7.
Thank you. And yes, attention to detail. Yes.
Always.
Even more so if you look at the video, because like I said, I put a lot of attention in crafting this whole thing. The course itself is a ritual. If you notice, the video starts out with a bunch of naked trees in a forest. It ends with the trees being flooded.
Each path working.
Right. Each one of the, not every video on the course, but most of the videos in the course are a path working. Some of them are elemental path working. Some of them are just fire. Some of them are just earth. Some of them are fire into water. Some of them are water into earth. Some of them are air into earth, et cetera, et cetera. So like I said, go through it in order. That's how you're going to get the best result. I know what I'm doing, y'all. Don't skip to the how to summon demons video.
So basically, I'm gonna show up for the talks and then skip to the how to summon demon videos.
Yeah.
So you saying that we can skip this how to summon?
By the videos existing, it means it already exists somewhere in my unconscious. Therefore, I could skip to the how to summon demon videos.
Oh man.
I just play all of the videos while I'm asleep. Yeah.
That might be better actually than not doing it at all.
Might be. Interesting.
Snacks says, go straight to the summon demon section, leaves house in a straitjacket. You never know what could happen. You got to unlock the doors in order.
He bought his own straitjacket.
Billy June says, can we purchase portions of the course that we want to know more about? You can, but for the most part, this is part 1, and there's 3 parts of this class. She says, if we join later, does that mean we are paying for what you are teaching at that time? So the course is already recorded, so you're gonna get the whole course. What I'm saying is that if you sign up during the pre-sale event, then you'll be included in the mastermind group. So you'll have access to the live recordings. So even if you don't get the pre-sale event, you'll still get the class. The class is already recorded. That's not going to be like a live thing. That's already recorded. But if you do get the pre-sale entrance, then you get access to the mastermind group dealing with the course specifically. In other words, you're taking a course on how to summon spirits, and you're going to have an opportunity to ask me questions about it and to ask other people questions and to share what you're doing, to trade tips and tricks, and really to just explore the journey that you're on with other people. That's what the benefit of purchasing during the pre-sale event is about. I do mudras, says Trav. I don't know if you're still going to do the guided LBRP video with the visuals. That would be fire. We did do a lesser banishing ritual video. We might actually do 2. But yeah, we did include that as well. Good stuff. Good stuff. Rack 'em. Rack bar. Poison Ivy. Hello.
What? We still here, Travis.
Somebody just tapped out.
Ah, well.
Yes.
All right, Travis. I'm looking forward for Thursday. I'll send you all your requirements on Monday. I gotta go home. I mean, I gotta go to bed. Gotta go to work. The usual. I'll see you soon.
All right. We have a good night, Hecate.
You too, my love. You too. Good night. Night, everyone.
Peace.
Night.
All right. Well, I guess that is time. I'm going to continue working with my elementals. And I hope that you guys are looking forward to what's in store. Would anyone else like to share any parting words?
Get ready. Oh yeah, Leviathan. The famous Leviathan. Ah, Leviathan is coming. Jesus, motherfuckers, I'm out of here. Fuck shit. Yeah, you're right. Leviathan. Fuck.
Leviathan. Good to be back. I missed you guys. But I had to focus. I had to.
Yeah, I kind of had a question on my situation, but I didn't want to talk about that on the live.
Okay. Well, I can end the stream and then you can mention it there.
If we're done.
All right. Well, everybody in YouTube world, I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here on this journey. And be sure that you reserve your spot in the Spirit Summoning Master System. To everybody who's already joined, I'm looking forward to working with you all. You are going to be impressed, and you are definitely going to get what you came for. As a matter of fact, I would like to speak with you and make sure that you know what you're looking for, so I can make sure that you get that. But for everyone else, consider getting this course. The clock is ticking. Just a few more days before we open the doors. But thank you for hanging out with us tonight, and I hope that you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend.
Peace.
This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. Peace.